show for the first time, but then also people that have seen very many hog shows. But as we continue the progress, like we talked about, the sift in the back, judges came through and looked at that last group, and then sent the rest of the barn. They keep at least 10 in every class, and then they work them back down. So now they'll roll them back out. And typically, what these judges have been doing is they're going to stuff back 4 to 5 to 6, just depends on how many they like. And they may come back and redrive them. They'll get them a top 10 though, and then go back and redrive that top end that they've stuffed back and don't place. So just depends on how deep the classes are and how logically they sort out for them. But they'll usually put about 4 or 5 back into the holding pens to rework, and then place on down to 10, and then go back and rework that top end again. And our lead judge here in the Duroc Market Hogs is Maverick Squires. Also did the Hampshire breed yesterday. The dark crossbreed that we'll roll into today will be Brian Arnold, will be the lead judge in the dark crosses. Also yesterday in the show, we started our day with Berkshires, 3 classes of Berks, had 5 classes of spotted hogs, and then 2 classes of Polands. Judges alternated through those breeds as well. Good day, but a long day yesterday. Rocks and dark crosses today, 9 classes of each breed. Got 3 stuff back here in class 41 they'll rework. I'm sure they'll find a few more in that top end. Very familiar with San Antonio. If you've been here to see it, I mean, these red sift panels, red holding panels, and the black holding pins in the back have been here for years. If you're familiar with how we used to show them here, we used to have sand in the arena, and it was a deep sand. It was usually kept wet too, and stayed pretty cold in this arena. So, like everywhere, we have evolved, and San Antonio's got a great surface to show on. Pellets and pretty neat little show ring area for the kids to showcase their livestock. Place in the top 10, finishing out the top 10 here. Then they'll come back and rework. Looks like about 6 head in the top end of Class 41 Durocs. We've got one more class of Durocs before we finish that breed. Refresh you to, then we'll roll into the breed drive. That breed drive will consist of a middleweight or a lightweight division champion and reserve champion, a middleweight division champion and reserve champion, and then a heavyweight division champion and reserve champion. And then we'll pick a champion and reserve overall Duroc Market Hog. Left one out there, and then he brought these other 6 back out. He's placed 7th. He's got these other 6 down. These will be your 6 sale barrows here in Class 41. He actually redrove 7, but then he placed 8 back. I'm sorry. There's 7 right there. Your top 10 in each class will be scrolling on the top, top of the board. And so as we're watching these shows, these kids don't have back numbers on, so we don't have a way to identify them. But as we get into the drives, we'll have the top 2 identified in each class so that we can announce those and get them out to you.
You're going to be second, okay? Good job, buddy. Good job, man. Good job, buddy. You're going to be first, kiddo. Good job. Yep, good job. Young ladies, Barrow comes out and through the whole drive, I mean, he's the fresh, attractive Barrow that's chine laid in him better, and his top line was smooth and level, and he was secure in his back leg placement, and still he opens up. He's got a good roll to his back. That Barrow is just the balanced hog in this class. The second place bear is the heavy duty, big armed one that has a great big toe spread and a bold blade system working in him. I'd like to see that bear go with just more athleticism and just be choked down ever so slightly more in terms of his neck shape. Really nice bear, good pair there to work through. This one in third, we just need to make him read younger from his blade forward. That's a good built, heavy duty animal that's a little thinner in his condition, shallower looking in his heart and flank line. This bear here is one that's got great mobility. He gets a little bully acting out here. Heavy structured, square built animal. We get into this bear and one that I think's got a great head shape and forearm. To me, that hog just reads straighter there and more wrinkly there in his back. We get into this bear, one that's got a great look and back shape and pin set. He just needs to go to the ground with more forearm shape and bone work and foot size. We got some bears here that have plenty of quality to them. They just don't offer quite the uniqueness and freshness as some of these others above them. Please help me in giving these kiddos a big hand on doing a good job.
There you have it in Class 41. We'll have the results scrolling across your screen as soon as we can get them up there and posted. So that's Class 41. Judges head back to the back pin now to begin the final sift of the heavyweight class, Class 42 Durocs. Again, our final class of Durocs, Class 42 to the sift pin. All right. Our judges are back out now in the main arena, looking back through here in the last class of Durocs. This is class 42, heavyweight Durocs. Again, we'll move into the lightweight division drive, middleweight division drive, and heavyweight division drive, and then overall Duroc drive. Competitive class here in the heavyweights. Kept quite a few, but still got quite a few in the ring to make sure he gets them all. I don't know if you can see it from this screen, but here at San Antonio, volunteers, this is all volunteer driven, this show. And basically there's a couple of gentlemen now, but there's a gentleman over there on the out gate, or kind of hangs around that alley, and then he helps clear out the ring too. I don't know, I've been coming here for 20 years, and I think he's been here all 20 years. But every kid that comes through, whether they go straight to the truck or whether they get out in the ring, he tries to give them a pat on the back or a high five or a fist pump, and appreciate that at San Antonio. I mean, I know sometimes we get caught up in you know, how this didn't go right or that didn't go right, or we had to wait in line longer than we wanted to, or, you know, but man, it's a big stock show that gets pulled off because of these volunteers, and these guys care. You can tell when they get out here, and that's just one of the little things that I've noticed over the years. That guy does a great job of treating our kids good. So San Antonio Barrow show is pretty exciting, top level in my opinion. I mean, if you've ever been to steer shows, or the most competitive steer show, I think Fort Worth's steer show is I would say second to none. I know I haven't been to all of them, but it's pretty impressive. But then you get down here to the San Antonio Barrow show, and then I know every state's got very tough competition, but this is the top end here is as tough as I've seen, and fun to watch get evaluated.
From a marketing standpoint, you know, the ability to do things in real time, to do it fast, to reach the masses of people, you know, is certainly a great thing for our business. But the bottom line is it still comes down to the people. You're still working for people on the other end.
Now working through class 42. Again, this is our heavyweight Duroc class. Had 46 head in this class as we end our Duroc breed. Our judges will place a class 42, and then we'll roll into our division drives. We'll have a lightweight division champion and reserve champion. Comes out of the first three classes. Then we'll go to the middleweight division and pick a middleweight champion and reserve. We'll go to the heavyweight division, last three classes, and pick a heavyweight champion in reserve, and then we'll pick an overall champion in reserve Duroc Barrow here momentarily. And then also we will be taking a lunch break after that. So probably a 45-minute to an hour-long lunch break. We'll let you know what they announce over here, so you can be back if you've got a lightweight dart cross. After lunch, we'll move in. We've got 9 classes of those dart crosses. So, again, they'll be in 3 divisions, just like we're doing in the Durocs. But the way we do our division drives, we wait until after all the classes are completed and just come back and stack them all and build the anticipation for our breed champions. So that's what we'll do in the dart crosses as well. Got 5 stuffed back in the top end here in class 42. There's number 6 going back in. 7 bears left in the ring. Probably he'll start placing. Yeah, I think he's going to place here. I don't think he started placing him. He's still putting them back. He's got 8 back in the pins now. Got his top 10. Now he'll be sending these out.
Ladies and gentlemen, nice round of applause. Very competitive.
We'll be reworking our top 10 here in just a moment.
In our last class of Duroc Barrows.
Redriving this top end again. I think he stuffed back. He may redrive them all and then replace back in. But a nice set of heavyweight Duroc Barrows looks like coming out. Stuck back for a second time.
Now, if you have a breed champion, The auction will be starting at 2 o'clock on Friday.
Okay, so we're getting down towards the end of wrapping up Class 42. Looks like we've got 4 up here in the holding pens that we're going to redrive. One out here with him, so I think we're going to have a top 5 that he's going to reevaluate. And at the completion here, Class 42, we'll roll into our breed champion drives. So we'll do our lightweight division, middleweight division, a heavyweight division, and then go into an overall champion Duroc drive. Stay tuned for that.
We get these out here, and to me, there's a bear that sorts up on the basis of being really elite in his look, and he's comfortable, and he's heavy structured, and a bear that's just got really big toes on him, but still yet for a bear at this weight, he reads appropriate here. His shape is good, and he's got some rib, and he's big in his substance behind. That bear to me suits me real well. This one in second is one that's got a good running gear to him. I like his athleticism and pace better than this bear over here to my right. His shoulder angle's arguably better, but I'm not sure it's perfect either. But I like that bear's chest width and his forearm and his shape. And particularly his body is better than the bear in third. The bear in third's really good looking, really sound. I think at one time this thing was probably a specimen. He's just too dry bellied at this stage of the game. He just needs to fill up and get a drink. The next one that comes in is one that's got a really good running gear under him, even though he's a little bully acting. I like his substance and his muscle. Bear is not as attractive ahead of his blade. It's a bear that's certainly level and got a great shape. I don't read him quite as stout in his forearm and bone columns up front. I think a bear that just runs out, but certainly high quality. This one opens in his forearm and doesn't reach as good up front. Big, big legs, big in terms of his rib. Just want him to go better. This is a bear here that I'm sure at one time was extremely high quality and still is. He's just out of room. That bear is great built, big tailed, really sound, hard back. Same goes for that one, just needs more. Really nice setup, and let's give these kiddos a hand on doing a good job in that class.
We now have placing for Class 42, Duroc Barrow. Place, Austin Eilers, Crosby, FFA. License Duty, Lytle, FFA. Hall of Leander, FFA.
Get your top 10 on the scroll momentarily, but first place here in our heavyweight Duroc class, Class 42, went to McKinley Hall from Leander, FFA. Second place to Bryson Duty of Lytle, FFA. Again, we will be moving into our lightweight Duroc division drive. That'll be the first three classes of Duroc, so we'll bring first and second place in from those classes. Got a Class 34, that'll be Audrey Longoria from Divine, FFA. She was first. Second in Class 34 was Jack Farmer from Eula, FFA. Class 35, we'll be bringing back Tony Burrell from Dehanis, FFA, was first. Second in Class 35, Peyton Jarzenbeck from Floresville, FFA. And then in Class 36, we'll be bringing the class winner back from Class 36, Natalie Hody was class winner, and second in that class, Hallie Stone from Tahoka, FFA. Allie was from Tahoka FFA. Class winner Natalie Hody is from Washington County 4-H. So that'll be our first and second place individuals who have been called up to the holding pen to do our lightweight Duroc division drive. Again, we hope you're enjoying this live stream brought to you by TaylorFort.com, and Taylor Fort and his crew doing a great job. Also could not do it without the San Antonio Livestock Show's support, as well as all of our sponsors. And so look at your sponsors on your screen as you're watching and studying through if you get the opportunity, and know any of those breeders or any of those industry leaders that have stepped up and helped sponsor this webcast. Thank them the next time you see them. If you've enjoyed the webcast and the opportunity to be able to watch this from a distance. Our pod is about right for our lightweight Duroc division drive, and we're getting ready to start that momentarily. And here out of our lightweight class, we've got our class winner coming in, Audrey Longoria from Divine FFA. Out of class 35, our class winner, Tony Burrell from Dahenis FFA.
Washington County 4-H.
Class winner out of class 36, Natalie Hody from Washington County 4-H. Congratulations to those three class winners. In second place in those classes out of class 34 is Jack Farmer from Eula FFA. Second place out of class 35 is Tony Burrell from, Tony's your class winner. Second in class 35 is Peyton Jerzombek from Floresville FFA. And second in class 36 is Hallie Stone from Tahoka FFA. So, again, our judges are evaluating and getting ready to pick a champion lightweight division Rock Barrow. Our full placings of the top 10 in class 42 is scrolling across the top of your board. So if you wanted to see the top 10 in class 42, they're on your board now.
Out here in this first division, I think as you start out the day, it started with some athleticism, build, and comfort. And as we work through these, we tried to maintain that while still stacking as much on them as I could. And at times, I think we had to sacrifice some freshness and maturity. And you think about where we're at and what these things weigh, you know, we're in a division where there's still some bears that weigh up, even though we're not in them bigger divisions yet. I think that's interesting as you step back and judge at your guys' show. These bears aren't really little to me. They're bears that maybe be in the mix from time to time from a weight standpoint for me. But as it is, there's one out here for us that he hit us way, way hard in class. He comes back out here. I probably like him even better. Congratulations, this young lady.
Congratulations to Natalie Hardy of Washington County 4-H.
Champion lightweight Duroc goes to Natalie Hody from Washington County 4-H out of class 36. Natalie was out of class 36, now bringing second out of that class, Hallie Stone from Tahoka FFA to show for reserve. You just heard Judge Squires talking about these show weights of where these bears are at. Class 36 goes up to 264, so you know we are getting in the playing weight here, even in the lightweight division. So Natalie's Barrow is 257 in that class. the third class of Durocs. Showing for reserve lightweight division Duroc.
You bring these back out here. That was second in that class, and I think you compare him to these others, and obviously he's got a maturity advantage. That thing's burly and big forearmed and rugged and heavy bone. Love that thing's toe quality and just width at the ground. That bear is one that just hit me extremely hard in his class for being just that kind of manly but still attractive in his facial features. In my opinion, he'll be second best. Congratulations.
And congratulations to Hallie Stone of Tahoka FFA, exhibitor of our lightweight division runner-up.
So out of the same class, your Grand and Reserve lightweight division Duroc. Your champion lightweight division Duroc goes to Natalie Hody from Washington County 4-H with a 257-pound Duroc Barrow. And your reserve champion lightweight division Duroc goes to Hallie Stone from Tahoka FFA. Hallie's Barrow weighed 263. Congratulations to those two young ladies and all of our exhibitors here in the lightweight Durocs. Now roll into our middleweight division drive as soon as they get them all up here and weighed and into the holding pens. So we're waiting on the middleweight division Duroc champion drive momentarily. In that middleweight drive, we'll have the winners from class 37, 38, and 39. Your top two in class 37, Josie Johnson from East Central FFA was your class winner. Second place in class 37 is Kylie Rodriguez. Kylie's from Abilene Wiley FFA. Out of class 38. Class winner in 38 is Chessa Wisdom from Hockley County 4-H. Second place in class 38. Azella King from Robinson FFA is second in class 38. Then we'll have first and second out of class 39 as well that come up and show for this middleweight division. Your class winner in class 39, Andy Pearson from Grayson County 4-H. Second place in that class, Rebecca Branch from Harris County 4-H. And those will be the participants in our middleweight Duroc division champion drive.
All right, folks, let's choose a medium weight division champion from class 37.
Come out of class 37, we got our class winner Josie Johnson from East Central FFA.
From class 38, Chessa Wisdom, Hockley County 4-H.
Class 38 class winners Chessa Wisdom from Hockley County 4-H. Out of class 39, Andy Pearson from Grayson County 4-H. Middleweight division of Durocs looks like it went from 265 to 280. weight limits here at the San Antonio Barrow Show. 240 to 290 with a 10-pound weigh-back either way. Our middleweight division of Durocs here going from 265 to 280. Means our heavyweight division will be a 10-pound spread. We'll have 280 to 290 over those three classes. So, like we talked about, and even your judges talked about on the microphone, that lightweight division, I mean, they're playing weight from a market hog perspective, even in that division. And sure, stout, powerful set here in the middleweight division as well.
Out here in this next division, you've got a trio, obviously, that don't come together quite as solid as those lightweights, kind for kind, but I still think as you break them down, there's a pair that draw closer from the standpoint of look and athleticism. To me, there's one particularly that's bolder over his rib, and his blade system opens up with more width from there back to his pins, down in his crotch and his stifle, and he leaves us with more squareness. Young lady here in front of us is going to have the champion in this division.
Congratulations to Jessa Wisdom of Hockley County 4-H, exhibitor of our medium weight division.
Our middleweight champion Duroc comes out of class 38. That's Chessa Wisdom from Hockley County 4-H. Now coming in comes Azella King from Robinson FFA to show for reserve champion middleweight. Middleweight champion there, again exhibited by Chessa Wisdom, Hockley County 4-H, Barrow weighing 276 pounds.
We bring our second in, and if you remember in that class, that bear got shorter reaching off his front end of his skeleton due to his blade angle. But I think if you get past that and just read into that bear in this drive, he's still the heavy-duty, bold one that reads with athleticism and freshness. This will be the next best. Congratulations to her.
Congratulations to Bella King, Robinson FFA, exhibitor of our medium weight division runner-up barrel.
Again, first and second out of class 38 also become your grand and reserve champion middleweight division Duroc Barrows. Champion middleweight division Barrow, Chessa Wisdom from Hockley County 4-H, and then your reserve champion middleweight Duroc, Azella King from Robinson FFA. Congratulations to those two young ladies on grand and reserve champion in the middleweight division. Now we'll move into that heavyweight division drive for our heavyweight three classes. Again, those three classes from 280 to 290 or 81 to 90. After the heavyweight drive, we will move into the overall drive for your Duroc division. And then after that, we'll be taking a lunch break. So for your planning purposes, if you plan to get back on, probably about an hour-long lunch break, I was guessing. Here in this heavyweight Duroc drive, we're going to be bringing back the class winners from Class 40, 41, and 42. In Class 40, your first place Barrow exhibited by Wesley Muhlstein from Stanford FFA. Second place in Class 40 is Olin Pearson from Hockley County 4-H. Class 41, your class winner, Lauren Merle from Dickinson FFA. Second place in Class 41 was Stephen Bomar from Coryell County 4-H. And in Class 42, your class winner, McKinley Hall from Leander FFA. Second place in Class 42, our heavyweight class, was Bryson Duty from Lytle FFA. Those will be the 6 Barrows in contention for your heavyweight division champion and reserve champion.
On with the selection of our heavyweight division champion, your
Class winner out of Class 40, Wesley Muhlstein from Stanford FFA, comes out first. Out of Class 41, your class winner, Lauren Merule from Dickinson FFA. Class 42 class winner now comes out. That's McKinley Hall from Leander FFA. Heavyweight Duroc division drive. Senior lead judge here in the Duroc division, Maverick Squires, discussing now with Brian Arnold here in the heavyweight division of the Durocs. As soon as we take a champion and reserve heavyweight division, we'll go in and bring those 3 division winners back and show for champion Duroc of the 2022 San Antonio Duroc Barrow Show.
out here and champion in this division. I think all three of these offer a great deal of quality. Some of those ran in some really, really deep classes. I think you get them back out here and study them, and you got unique pieces in all of them. To us, there's one that's just got more. He's bolder in his rib. He's wider in his chest than another one. Young man's Barrow over here to my left is going to be champion out of this division. Congratulations.
And congratulations to Wesley Milstein of Denver FFA, the exhibitor of our heavyweight division champion.
Okay, your heavyweight division champions, Wesley Milstein from Stamford FFA. Bring in Olin Pearson from Hockley County 4-H to show for reserve champion heavyweight division in the drive. Champion heavyweight showed by Wesley Milstein of Stamford FFA. Now we're showing for reserve champion heavyweight Duroc Barrow.
We bring that second place in, and I'll be honest, you know, when we got done with that class, I walked back there and I thought, man, I hated beating that one in second because I really like that thing, but you got to change him in this spot just to make him beat the bear in front of him. I'm not going to beat him again. He'll be second out of this division too. Congratulations to him.
So your reserve heavyweight Duroc Barrow goes to Olin Pearson from Hockley County 4-H. Of them coming out of class 40. So again, your champion heavy exhibited by Wesley Milstein from Stamford FFA, reserve champion Olin Pearson from Hockley County 4-H. Now we will move in and pick a champion, reserve champion overall Duroc. Again, coming back in the drive to vie and contend for your champion Duroc, we'll have out of the lightweight division, we'll have Natalie Hody from Washington County 4-H with a 257-pound Duroc Barrow. Middleweight division champion is Chessa Wisdom from Hockley County 4-H, showing a 276-pound Barrow. Your heavyweight champion Wesley Milstein from Stamford FFA with a 284-pound Duroc Barrow. Getting our Duroc drive underway momentarily.
All righty, folks, let's select a champion Duroc Barrow. From your lightweight division, Natalie Hody of Washington County 4-H.
And there's your champion lightweight Duroc, Natalie Hody from Washington County 4-H.
Of our mediumweight division champion, Chessa Wisdom, Hockley County 4-H.
Out of your middleweight division comes Chessa Wisdom from Hockley County 4-H. That's your middleweight division champ.
Of our heavyweight division, Wesley Milstein of Stanford FFA.
Heavyweight division champion Wesley Milstein from Stanford FFA. Now showing for champion Duroc Barrow of the 2022 San Antonio Duroc Barrow Show.
You get out here for these, and I've enjoyed having the opportunity to get to judge the last 2 days, and I'm going to assist Brian the best I can as we go through the rest of the week, and I'm really looking forward to having the opportunity to do that. And I know we've tried to roll fast and have tempo today, but we understand it's going to get warm, and we want you guys to get out of here as quick as you can and get this next wave in. But I've enjoyed the time of discussing these red ones with Brian today, because he's really a guy I've looked up to on seeing him, and I think as you bring him back, it just feels so comfortable to know that, hey, are you seeing this, and that you're on the same page. And I say that because as I get out here, I ask him a question about how some of them are acting and stuff and where he sits, and he still sits in a place that is in complete agreement with me. And as I get him back out here, I want you both to know, or all of you to know, that both of us really like this one the best, but by quite a bit, just in terms of his build, his extra good substance and correctness of skeleton, being so heavy bone and still yet in a package where he looks more youthful. This young lady's bear here closest to us is going to be your champion.
And congratulations to Natalie Huddy of Washington County 4-H, exhibitor of our champion Duroc Barrow.
Champion Duroc Barrow exhibited by Natalie Hody out of the lightweight division. 264-pound champion Duroc Barrow exhibited by Natalie Hody, Washington County 4-H. We bring in reserve champion from that lightweight division, Hallie Stone from Tahoka FFA, to show for reserve champion Duroc. Last showing for Reserve Champion Duroc. We'll be taking a lunch break after this, and then we'll roll into the dark crosses after lunch. Reserve Champion Duroc Market Barrow at this time.
You bring that second in out of that division, and that Barrow's one that we talked about real high on all the way through the show already, and where we'd fix him and where we'd change him. And I stepped back and I asked myself this question: okay, with what we have, what do I genuinely like the most, and which one would I really want to have and be proud with? And looks like the reserve champion at San Antonio. And for me, that's pretty easy. That's the next best one. Congratulations.
And congratulations to Hallie Stone of Tahoka FFA, the exhibitor of our reserve champion, Duroc Barrow.
So your Reserve Champion Duroc comes out of the same division, exhibited by Hallie Stone from Tahoka FFA. Hallie's Barrow, a 263-pound market hog. So congratulations in the Duroc division, lightweight champ Natalie Hody from Washington County 4-H. Actually, it ends up being your champion Duroc, Natalie Hody, and your Reserve Champion Duroc out of the same division, Hallie Stone from Tahoka FFA. Congratulations to all of our Duroc exhibitors, 9 really competitive classes and a great morning that we've had. We'll be taking a 30-minute lunch break is what we've been advised, so about a 30-minute lunch break. Like we'll be coming back on the air about 1 o'clock with our dark cross division. So 1 o'clock, stay tuned for your dark crosses.
This mic. Just want to make a quick announcement for those of you guys watching online here. If you are watching on the Facebook stream, we are going to have to reset that because here in just a couple hours or so, Facebook will make us reset the stream because it'll be over the 8-hour limit of stream time that Facebook allows. So if you are watching on Facebook here in just a few moments, we are going to reset that before we get started again. That way we should be good for the rest of the day. Just want to let everybody make sure everybody is aware of that so nobody's freaking out asking where the stream's at.
Off and running on our afternoon session, which is 9 classes of dart crosses. We start with class 51 in the dart crossbred division. Have 54 head in this class, just as we have every other breed. We are starting with the SIF portion of this class. If you're just tuning in, this is the SIF portion. Basically, the lead judge for this breed is Brian Arnold. Judging the dart crosses, Brian Arnold. And he at him first. If he likes them, he's going to send them directly to the classification and weigh pin. But if he doesn't think they're quite good enough to go in there yet, he's going to turn them over to our second judge, which is Maverick Squires. Judge Squires will look at that one and decide if that one is not good enough, and they'll send them on to the truck, or if they want to get a second look at them, they'll send them to the main arena for another evaluation opportunity after Judge Arnold gets done with his initial sift. So that's what we're doing here in the back, and we'll explain the process on the front side as well if you're just tuning in. But certainly appreciate y'all tuning in. Webcast this year, and you can see all the sponsors throughout the day. Webcast TaylorFort.com/live is if you, obviously you've already found it if you're watching, but if you know somebody that would like to tune in, make sure you get that information to them. But Taylor Fort and his crew have done an excellent job of live streaming every show that we've had here in San Antonio on the junior side of the divisions, and Barrow show has gone very well. We hope you enjoy the live cast. Couldn't be possible, obviously, San Antonio Livestock Show for allowing them to come in and do that, but the sponsorships mainly are the reason why this became possible. So please watch the scroll of the sponsors on the bottom left side of your screen, and also the bottom right corner of your screen, those sponsors that have made this possible. So if you're enjoying the webcast, make sure you let those sponsors know and appreciate their support this year. First year Taylor Fort and his crew have been here at San Antonio doing the live stream. Happening, Ed? Figuring out what a dark cross is so we can kind of explain. Folks, as we move into the dark cross division, you to know what San Antonio's understanding of the dark cross spreads are, and down here at the majors, we've got a dark cross and a light cross division in all of our majors now, for the most part here in the state of Texas, with the exception of Fort Worth. But their dark cross spread division is basically 20% of the body area has to be dark red or so it has to be black and or red pigmentation. So 20% of the body has to be black and or red pigmentation, and that's why we run them through a classification still here for this. On the dark cross division, though, obviously the light crosses will be the second part of the week. So if you class out the dark crosses, you'll go to the truck. That's how we do the dark cross spread division. We'll have two of us here this afternoon. Maybe we'll add a little more to it then. But I got Ed Tice joining me this morning. So you're in the first class of dark crosses, class 51. Class goes from 240 to 242. 54 head in here. Our judges are now in the main arena sifting through the top end. The way they did this, and we've displayed the back sift, but if you're just joining us basically out here in the front arena, they may keep from 10 to 15 to maybe even 20 in some of these tougher classes, and so they'll bring them back out after they've classified and weighed, and they'll sift back through them. Most of the time what they'll do is when they like them, just as he did right there, he's going to take that solid black bear and put him back into the top end of the pen. He'll probably work it down to a top 10, probably work them again and sift off another top end, but that's basically the process that they'll go through here in the main arena. Get 10 ribbon barrows in each class. 6 of those barrows, the top 6 here in the dark crossbred division, make the sale. So that's the explanation here in the dark crosses. So again, Ed Tice is here, and we'll turn it over to him and let him give us a little advice on what's happening up north.
Oh, I don't know how much is happening up north. Am I on? Can you hear me?
There you are.
Oh, not a lot's going on up north. You know, this is my native country here in Texas, so I always try to get back down here at least once a year to one of the majors. I still got some family, and of course, a lot of the guys that I went to college and judged with are now either ag teachers or county agents. So it's a reunion. It's hard to believe it's been 30 years. You know, when you and I met 30 years ago, a kid from Kansas and a kid from Clarendon judging against each other, it shows what a small world is. You end up in Texas, and I end up north, but that's what this program and being able to judge and show and be around livestock, it creates relationships all over the country that, you know, 30 years ago, and you and I have been friends ever since we met at a little judging contest, I think, in Shreveport, Louisiana, first time. So, yep.
Seems like a long time ago. Don't tell too many stories about that being Ed, though. But yeah, and I tell young people all the time, and obviously we want to place well here and show and compete, but I tell young people all the time to start paying attention to the connections that they make in this industry, even from a small age when you're making your connections showing. But the connections I made through livestock judging, I wished I'd have been smarter to pay more attention and listen to more of those names. But it's just hugely ironic how many of those names will come back into your life throughout the years if you stay in the industry and work hard at it. So it's a neat industry to be in for sure.
It is. It's it put me in a lot of positions to be what I guess I'd call myself halfway successful in career, and I've had a long career in the swine industry. You know, my family's always been involved in the show ring. You know, professionally, I spent the majority of my career in the commercial sector and trying to bridge those things together. You know, at the end of the day, you know, we raise these things for a reason, and it's fun to exhibit them. But, you know, life lessons learned out here, and just excited to be here at San Antonio and get to watch this, the best Barrow show on earth. You know, my kids are always jealous because they got to live up there. I think if I told them they'd move back to Texas for at least a year to show at one of these, they'd pack their bags, leave their friends, and come up here, because there's nothing like just the anticipation of rolling into San Antonio and getting to see these things. And, you know, the Duroc show was phenomenal this morning. I watched most of it, you know, and then yesterday those Hampshire Barrows and all those other pures in there, just a phenomenal set of barrows. You never get to see anything like this, you know. It's the deepest. It's unfortunate where you talked earlier, you know, we're going to give 10 ribbons, but, man, these things run sometimes 15 deep, you know. Hogs that will go somewhere in Winter County and might even went to Angelo or one of those other shows and competed for a breed champion or even be a class winner. I hate to say that, but you and I both probably believe that's true, that sometimes a 12th place one here could have been a class winner somewhere else, because this is the ultimate Barrow show, in my opinion. And it's great to be here. I'm sure I'll learn something from you today, and excited to watch this and watch these two guys in the ring. These are two guys that I've known for lots of years. You know, Brian's a little older, and, you know, just admire him. He's you want to talk about a guy that's just oozes integrity. I mean, Brian is that guy, and, you know, Mav's one of the great young minds in the hog industry and passionate. Comes from a really deep-rooted ag family there in Oklahoma, who's been involved in the cattle and the ag teaching business and everything else for years. So excited to be here, excited to see what happens the rest of the day, and I'm sure I'm going to learn a lot from you today. All this gray hair we got, surely we know something.
I don't know how much we'll educate anybody on, but we're going to get through the dark crosses, hopefully. Our judge, Brian Arnold, like he said, here in the dark crosses is placing here in Class 51. Sending a few, we'll place the top 10 and then rework the top end that he's already pinned back. So good set here as we start our day in the dark crosses.
You know, this is Class 1. I always tell everybody, and they'll get deeper as we get back in here and look at them and see them, but it's kind of like a jar of buttons when we get in these first couple of classes here, because you got the ones that are just all shapes, sizes, and different things. And, you know, we'll get through the first couple of classes, and then it'll plane out, and we'll get more uniform and really have a type and kind. But we're going to get all kinds here in this first class, big ones, little ones, fat-legged ones, skinny ones, all kinds.
Like we're going to redrive 7 here in the first class.
Don't really usually like them solid black ones, but that one's pretty good livestock. Big legs, good look, and motor. Got a pair of solid black ones coming out here right off the bat.
last year here at San Antonio, there was a really burly, stout, solid black one that was in the top end of the dark crosses. And you're right, I always told my son growing up, don't really want to show a black one or a red belt because those things are usually third. But here lately, them black ones have gotten very, very good, and if you can get past them just looking a little plainer, I mean, if all the basics are still there, and I think Brian will do that. Brian's kept it to basics. I liked how you described him earlier, just kind of oozes integrity. Brian's been at it a long time, comes out and just places the hogs and does a nice job of that. And looking forward to a good day. I would say, Ed and I both got invited up here, and it happens to be the hottest day here at San Antonio. It's 88, and if you guys know anything about heat rises, so it's a little warm up here in the bird's eye view, but we'll try to suffer through it and give y'all some pretty good input hopefully today.
And it rises, and we're both probably 72 models, so we're getting close to that big 5.0 this year, so not only are we out of shape, but we got extra pounds, so it'll really get warm up here. But you talk about the black ones looking a little plainer, and they have, and I can't say that I'm a fan of it or was, but it is. But I think some of the things and the trends, and I'm not a trend chaser. I hate to come off that way, but, since we've kind of really gone to this, these longer hair things and taking care of it and doing all that stuff and being able to make those coats just a little bit better, I think when we clip them and leave them a little bit more on there, and that extra attention to skin and hair and that darkness and all that stuff, I think it's going to help make those things not so plain. Where they will stand out a little more versus just blending in to the back of the crowd there. So it looks like Brian's getting down here to about 4 or 5, and then black ones are still out there, but deep class. Well, this is your first year out, isn't it?
Yeah, my son graduated last year, and it's been a strange year to say the least. Just feel kind of lost in the afternoons and evenings, don't know what to do. We'd usually be at the barn together, and he's a freshman there at Blinn judging, and it's been a big change, but it's great to have the opportunity. I got the chance last week to come work the Crossbred Gilt Show down here, and made a little round, went to Kerrville and watched the Texas Elite, and then went to Angelo and watched the Barrow Show. First wave there, so just wanted to take the opportunity to make sure I saw the first wave here. What we'd say, I talked about it earlier during the Durocs. The Fort Worth Steer Show, I think's the best one out there in terms of just how awesome those market steers are, and I'd put this San Antonio Barrow Show top end, and just the elite ones up here. Pretty neat, kind of our Super Bowl, I'd say.
Yeah, all the years I spent in Indiana, of course I'm in Iowa now, and all those guys ask me, they're like, where would you go? Especially hog breeders or young guys, they're like, hey, if you go back to Texas, what show do you need to go to? And I'm like, if you want to go watch the best Barrow show on earth, that's like, they're both good between, San Antonio and Houston, but I'm like, the elites show up. It's just so deep, it's so competitive, it's unlike anything else, and that's funny, I would have put it exactly like you did. Fort Worth Steer Show and San Antonio Barrow Show are in a category of their own. Down to 2 out here that they're discussing. Even got a black one left.
I see just a little bit of white on a few of his hooves. Maybe that makes him stick out enough, but nice hogs.
Young man does a tremendous job of driving these things too. So
I tell you, it's two. For 20 years, my 2 stepsons and then my son, we drove these things. And if you want to be humbled, bring one to the San Antonio Barrow Show. It'll humble you in a hurry.
Here's Brian. They cut us during that. They cut us when they.
Well, folks, welcome back, and it's going to be an outstanding afternoon. I'm excited about this show and working into the dark crosses here. I had a blast watching Maverick work through those Durocs and working with him this morning. I told him I was jealous of him at one point, I think after that class where our champion in reserve came out of, but it's going to be a fun afternoon. We're going to try to move through them as efficient as we can and yet still take the time we need to. As we get out here in this first class, I like this pair of Barrows. that we have here in first and second, a great deal. High quality, fresh, attractive show barrows, whether you want to go with just a little more density and stoutness or just an ultra great look and mobility, you make that call. Went ahead and chose to use the solid black barrow here the young man brings us. That one just reads with more chest, more blade, more forearm, and density of skeleton. Love the roll to his rib cage. He still gives you a great look from the side. He's a barrow that for a solid black one, sometimes they can hit you a little plain. This guy certainly doesn't do that. The reason it gets close, you watch him go away, he's plenty wide at this weight. You know, I'd like to see that guy just a little more limber behind in terms of his hock placement and his reach. Called him good enough to use him to win. That's where this barrow here in 2 is so good. That one's an ultra attractive barrow that I think comes together tremendously good from the side. I like the comfort and curvature to his blade. I like the reach that he has behind. Initial impression of him coming through the chutes, he just hits me a bit refined in his skull. I think that matches with the size of his ankles and his feet. He's just not as heavy duty as we'd like to see, but that young lady did a great job driving that one. The black barrow that ends up here in 3 is one that looks like whether it was by circumstance or choice here, I'm guessing more circumstance. That guy looks like he just needs a big drink. He's a little hollow, a little drier in his body, but I think when you study genuine squareness of build, bone, back shape, and some stoutness, that barrow fits all those pieces together next best in line. Liked his soundness advantage and just a little more upside potential as a lightweight over this one here. This is a super neat one. Shaggy, dense, stout, boxy, square built, and really good in his body. Watching him go away, he's enough of a concern there. Went ahead and moved him down the line a bit. We need to make him more athletic out of his rear skeleton, and as much as anything, just a little bigger in his kind at this weight. I like the black barrow that follows him a great deal as well. When you talk about one that's elevated, got some hard back shape and a neat look, he caves in at his knee a bit more and maybe comes in a few more pieces from the side in terms of the design of his rump. We'll continue down the line in this class, and we'll find a lot of good barrows that, again, maybe have a few more holes. This belted barrow that comes out next, the longer he went, he started to search a little more out of his front end, and he dries up in his lower body. But I liked his height, the shoulder, and his design. Several good barrows are going to wrap up this class. Let's give our exhibitors here in Class 1 a big round of applause.
Here we are back. We are in class 52. Dark crosses, 52 head in this class of dark crosses. Placings in class 51 are scrolling across the top. Had one you were cheering for in class 51. Want to know if they finished in the top 10 and weren't sure. We've got those placings for you. Scrolling across the top of the board.
Looks like he's got his pins full back here. Want to keep back probably about 14 or so that he's got pinned back here. Brian's kind of getting out there, taking a peek at those ones he sent over here. Or Maverick sent over here that he sent to Maverick, and it looks like Maverick's getting here. Take one last look, and I'm sure you explained to him about, what we call the Dead Sea here. And I watched one earlier today, a Duroc bear get pulled out of the Dead Sea, and they end up third in class. So it's doesn't mean you're done. You get out here and one comes with that SIF pin, just doesn't want to get their head up or doesn't get a long look. It just gives you that second opportunity to get a good look at them, let them get in the ring, see what you really got, and give them a shot to get out here and compete for one of those top 10 places and get a ribbon, get a picture. So several good barrows out here.
Like we talked about, it gives them that second look that, like you said, may not have hit them real hard, so they can come back out here. I know there was one that ended up third in a hamp class yesterday as well, out of the main arena here. So now we're dismissing them back. They've kept quite a few in here. Class 52, our second class of dark crosses. So we'll start sorting through and get us the top 10 and top 6 sail makers here in class 52.
Like Brian's ready to roll. Got his game face on, kicking them back out there. Out painted up one coming out here.
Y'all paid any attention also for fun. I think we've been keeping track of the mullet counter, and obviously that's a pretty popular haircut down here in Texas, but it has jumped substantially in this last class. I think we were at 81 at the beginning, and we'll be at 86 now. So through that whole class, our top-notch stellar crew is locating those mullets to keep track of that. Something fun to do.
I guess they had a loose lamb count for the sheep show, they told me. So, Taylor's definitely keeping it entertained, giving you a little more bang for your buck there. So I don't think either one of us are going to grow a mullet at this stage in our life. It's not going to be all that gray hair. Both of us got it. So
that one didn't roll out very long before we got stuff back in.
Always a good sign.
Say, with the color of my hair, if I grew a mullet, it would be blinding in the sun, so I probably better not do that.
Yeah, I got the same problem. Yeah, it's good, and you see them doing that stuff, and there's going to be others that are going to get pinned back in there. But when one, as a show judge in this arena or any arena, when they see those ones that hit them that hard, and it's obvious, and they think, hey, that one's going to be a sail maker or at least get a ribbon, I appreciate the fact as a show dad, that they get them back out there and let them get pinned, and maybe not wear those things out. Old Dick Nash told me that a long time ago. I was a young kid, and you know that name. There are probably people laughing, don't. But Dick gave me some advice as like a 25-year-old, and he said, hey, if you like him a bunch, don't wear him out, Put him up, get him out there, make sure he parades. So, some of those that hit them hard, and again, sometimes they may get pinned back. I've seen them get pinned back and end up in 10th, too. So it doesn't dictate anything's going to happen, but, when you got a ring full and that one's hit you hard enough, it's a courtesy to the kids left out there to give them more area to get their animal presented and kind of cut down on the clutter. And also those ones when it's warm, that they're not going to get out there and just get wore completely out, when they have to get out here and make those tough decisions, and they're splitting hairs to find those things that they still got gas in the tank.
And just a reminder, in that Class 51 first class of dark crosses, your top 10 scrolling across the top of the screen. So if you want to know how your individual did, if they made the top 10 or the top 6 in those sail holes, it's scrolling across the top of your screen. We're here in Class 52, second class, and 9 classes here in the dark crosses.
So it looks like what's he got pinned back 7 maybe already. And it looks like this number, I'm guessing he's probably going to work them twice, get his 10 back out here and clear the ring again, and probably work those 10 back to get you those 6 sail makers and those 10 ribbon pigs. You know, it's a big deal. There's a lot of kids over the years that come to this thing, and not taking away from it, I mean, that never see the scale. I mean, it's tough to get them across and get that thing weighed and get out here to come out of these black pins and enter that ring. I mean, it's an accomplishment. You know, it's a grind to get here, and other states and the states I live in now, I don't know that they appreciate how hard it is when you go back and say, hey, I had a 6th place dark cross at San Antonio. They got to look at you like 6th place, and they're like, boys, that's an accomplishment.
Yeah, I've had a few of those go on, and you know, in this state too, it's amazing the levels of experience, the levels of competency, and how long you've done it. Obviously, we showed a lot, and over 20 years did it, but everybody's got a different degree of success too, is what I've realized over my many years of being involved, and some of them are, you know, you hear loud screams when they just get pinned, and that's an accomplishment, just to get pinned, just to make the big ring, and it is. I mean, it's very competitive. You've got to look right. Your kid's got to be doing things right. That hoe's got to cooperate right at the right time and make that first impact and get in a pin, and the excitement level. I know as a dad, I mean, that was always, I mean, because things can go wrong that first look, and you know, you get nervous because you want your kid to be successful, and so that first relief of getting in a pin is always nice. And then you get out here and you keep working towards it, and kind of depends on the luck of the draw, especially in these lighter classes, which not so much the last couple, or this year, but the last couple of years you'll have 2 or 3 classes that are the exact same weight, and so I think we are in another 240 to 243 class here. Don't know how many of those dark crosses, but kind of depends on the luck of the draw. You could have 10 deep in one class and maybe one class not as deep. Like you said later on, when we get into those like weights, it'll be very, very competitive. The top 6 holes, just to reach that sail hole, will be quite an accomplishment in these dark crosses.
And it is, you know, and we try to encourage everybody, because, you know, as a parent, or if you're here watching your own kid, or with your chapter, your 4-H club, or whatever you're doing, a lot of times it's a different angle, and you know, you're sitting there and you're concentrating on that one kid that's in the ring and what they're doing and all that. And as a show judge, you know, you're not, you know, you're looking at a totally different angle. You're trying to do that. So what you see versus what they see, and the angles and getting those in positions, I mean, it is very, very challenging to get out there and do it and get them placed. And believe me, you got a young man out there right now that's evaluating them, that's giving you his all, and he's trying to catch every angle and analyze them and remember them and compare them against their contemporaries, as these other 10 get turned out, to try to do the best to put the totals pigs, if you want to use that language up here. But very, very good set of barrows rolling out here out of these pins. I mean, stout, square, body, freshness, got it all the things we talk about. It's hard to make these things. I don't think most people that are in this understand how hard it is to make them, and how hard it is to feed them, and how hard it is to keep them together when you get them here. I think he's thrown one back in yet, has he?
No, I think it looks like to me we've already placed 8, 9, and 10 in here, and these are our top 7. So maybe he's just going to drive these top 7 and place them from there.
Now's the time you tell them to kind of hide a little bit. You know, when you get that last one there, 6 holes, you want to hide for a minute, make sure he doesn't find you, and then get that butt, take some pressure off. You know.
Yep.
It's a game a little bit.
Coaching from the game. Yep, you're right. But yesterday Maverick threw us off in a couple of classes because he would get them down to the top 2, and he might give the chip out a little bit differently. But the crowd roar would be hopefully for that last one getting a chip. So they changed it up a couple of times, but looks like right here we're working from 7 up. So.
Got 5 left out here. We're in the top 4 now. Really good set of barrows out here. Top 3. I got to be a little biased here. Is that it? My older brother still lives here in Texas. He's got one left out here in class that he raised that close enough, so I always got to root for the hometown team there a little bit.
Yeah, and like we talked about in the Gilt Show, it was nice because I had numbers and I could call out those kids and kind of talk about them. Obviously, at that point, we were trying to promote those gilts if they'd made the sale as well. But we don't have that benefit here. Just we know we got 3 kiddos from Texas out here driving 3 dark cross barrows in the top end. We'll get those placements for you here towards the end. May know a few here and there throughout the day, but we know everybody's out there watching and cheering for the one that they like. And nice set here at the top end of Class 52.
Very, very nice. So I would definitely know any of these 3 if we were backing up to the barn. They were in there. They would get on the trailer and come to the show. So. Black one's going 3. See where he goes here. Brother still got one out here.
An awfully good trio of barrows up here at the top end of this second class, and really like the young man's barrow to the far side. He's the one that sure grabs your attention as he comes through the sift and then comes back out of the chutes. I mean, that one reads with a stout skull, a neat jawline. He's clean at the base of his neck. I like how his neck comes out of the top of his blade. Big in his arm, good in the curvature to his front leg. Opens up with plenty of shape and spread. I think for this weight, he's good in his pin set. I like the angle of his hock from the side, going away. Would I change him ever so slightly in terms of joint quality? Maybe he wants to work just a little inside and outside, but I think he's way good enough, and that's nickel and dime and a really good barrow to go ahead and lead with. I think the one that's the most like him, in fact, one that probably has just a little more feature in forearm and blade than even the barrow we lead with, is the young lady's barrow here in 2. That's one is tremendously square built, stout in his jaw, big in his arm, and stout in his hind leg. Thought he got a little tighter, perhaps behind in terms of his reach out through his hip and hind leg. And as much as anything, you put him next to the barrow that wins, maybe not as elite through the front part of his skeleton in terms of look and presence. He gets around the solid black barrow that ends up here in 3 off the basis of just genuine density and heaviness of structure. I love some things about the solid black barrow in terms of fresh shape and muscularity, a barrow that combines that with mobility. You study his jaw, his knee and ankle up front, and to me he reads just a little more fragile. I'd also redesign how his neck hooks into the front of his blade, how he wants to roll up in his back and round out of his rump. Really good barrow though to sit 3 in a really challenging class. Coming out next, a good body kind of a barrow, plenty of muscle in this one and handles it with some flexibility. Underneath, we change this guy and raise him up in terms of his pastern set, make him just a shot heavier structured to go with that as well. The belted barrow that comes out next, super broad built, burly kind of barrow, extra round in his body shape and really big up high in terms of spread. He's also one that where we're at from a weight standpoint hits me just a little jammed up in terms of his neck. I'd like to see that guy just more extended in front of his blade, maybe give him just a little sharper turn up high and keep him safer going away in terms of hind leg. The belted barrow coming next, good from the side, 3/4 view right here, not enough horsepower in terms of forerib and body shape. Several good hogs. We'll go ahead and open up down the line. I think we got a really nice muscular solid black barrow. I read him a little lower set and just a little shorter and plainer, but altogether a tremendously good class. Once again, my compliments to these exhibitors. Big round of applause if you would. Congratulations.
To have a breeding program, there has to be a plan. It doesn't have to be popular. But it has to be backed by conviction. Backed by quality. The satisfaction is in the results.
back here in the main ring on Class 53, our third class of the Dark Crosses. So later on in the day when we go to divisions, this will be the last class of the lightweight division. Come back out and drive. Got quite a few held in the pins here. Looks like all the way full nearly, and still got a nice set out here that they're looking through to see if anything else needs to get back in there. But again, Class 52, a class that we take a little bit of a hop in weight. Those first two classes were 40 to 43. This one looks like it's about 44 to 50 basically. So a heavier class here, and surely very competitive with what we see, as many as they've kept in the barn or in the pens.
Yeah, I think he's probably got 12 or 14 stacked back here. Still in the pens to come out in contention. And again, they're walking back through these just to see if there's one or two more that need another shot out here to see if they can break that top 10 again. Are we changing next year on this weight deal? These things will have to be a little bigger next year, right? Is that when the weight breaks change?
Talked about weight breaks on the bottom. I think are going to 250 on the bottom, and I think we'll stay 290. But this year it went from 240 to 290. I think that's a hop on the top end from years past, but yeah, bigger.
That's a tight window. Just sneak 1,000 head of barrows or 700 head of barrows or whatever in. So 8 or 9 classes.
Again, just a reminder, we didn't go through the top 10 in Class 52, but it's scrolling across your top of your screen. First place in Class 52 was Callan Forrester. Second place was Emily Gutierrez. So those placings in each of those respective classes are scrolling across the top of your screen. Start to roll them back out, and big. Again, I think he kept quite a few. I don't know how many to keep, Ed.
I think he kept 14, but is what it looks like. There's seven of them stacked too deep at least back here, and I think they've all made it through the scales. So,
like we talked about, we'll work it down to 10, and then 6 of these will be 10 ribbon getters and 6 cell holes to vie for. So we'll roll through them probably one more time before he gets his top 10.
It's going to be interesting to see these guys get out here. I was kind of peeking over the backside here as they were going through the sift pins and looking at them, and man, they were. Of course, I can't get the same ground level view that they're getting, but there was some really nice ones, big fresh backs and big legs coming in and out here. Looks like he's got the first one drug back in the pin, but
got one back here. That makes 2, 3 now. He's got stuff back in.
From a bird's eye view, it looked like it was going to be a really, really competitive class.
In this dark crossbreed, and you may or may not know, here at San Antonio, their classification standard to be a dark cross is you've got to be at least 20% black or red. So 20% of the hog has to have black or red colored. So
now, can the red belts come back through the second wave or not?
I'm pretty certain here, though, in the dark crosses, if you run that gamble, that you go to the truck. I don't think they let you stick around because they got to wave in and wave out.
No, I mean, I know if you get here, but in that second wave, if you've got a red belt, can you bring them in that second wave?
Oh, anything goes as a cross in the second wave. It's wide open. So if you got one you're questionable about, it's probably safer to keep him around, bring him wave 2.
All shapes and sizes are accepted there.
Exactly.
Which makes sense because, really, this wave between the Hampshires and the dark crosses, I mean, you're going to eliminate, I've been here a lot of years, not near as many as you since you've lived here so long, but, I mean, I've seen the one that come through this wave 1 and wave 2 both be belted. So, we've seen a lot of times you've got 3 belted hogs out there in the Grand Drive. So. Sometimes it's pick your poison. If you got siblings, one's got a York, one's got a black one, it's a lot more economical on the family to come once than come twice.
Especially in today's time. I mean, it's price of feed's gone up. It costs a little more for fuel this year, and so, the cost of us raising our kids goes up, but I still wouldn't change it much for raising my kids in the show barn versus some other alternatives. I know there's a lot of good things you can get your kiddos involved in, but I don't think there's anything better you can keep them involved in than 4-H and FFA and the opportunities they've got, and then obviously the responsibility and the hard work ethic they gain here will be something that is badly needed and constantly sought after they get out of this role and move to the next level of their life.
Yeah, and I talk a lot, and people ask me about the time and the expense and the effort and everything we put into it with our two children back at home, and times are changed, and the way I describe is like, when you grew up, everybody sat around the kitchen table at night and had supper, discuss what was going on with their lives, their days, activities, and all that. Today the modern show barn or your facility, wherever you're feeding them, has kind of become the kitchen table for us. That's where we have discussions, and we're doing everything. The grill's lit right out by there, and you're cooking burgers and you're doing everything else because you got to get chores done. So, we probably spending more, kitchen table grabs clutter, but the show barn's where we actually get to interact and talk and, have the heated discussions and the passionate moments and all that, and those pickup rides. That's really where you can bond with your kids and get to know who they are and what they're doing and what how you need to continue to guide them, support them, do all that. So, this is more than just an animal and a kid. There's a lot about what you build and those soft skills in life and developing youth that become way more productive adults as they step out into the world or, first college in the world. So, we use the pig as a vessel to make better humans is what I always do it. And we're passionate. We all want to come. We all want to win. But at the end of the day, if we create a better human, then we really did win.
Like you said, I think they ran into a real nice deep set here. They've got 8 already in the pins. I think they're gonna go ahead and place 9 and 10, and then rework this top 8. Found a very nice set to finish up our middleweight or our lightweight division. Here in the dark cross class. Class 53. Again, weights ranging from about 43 to 50, 243 to 250 here in class 53.
With your dark crossbred Barrow today.
That's a tough walk to see those kiddos go out, but they got to get out here. They got to exhibit. They ran the fight, and you can't win if you're not in it. And they ran into a bunch of good ones out here. I mean, this is going to be tough to see these next 7, 8 that he kicks back out here and tries to sort this thing down. I mean, it's splitting hairs, and everything's got to take the right steps coming out and exhibit them. And it's important. You got to practice this stuff at home. This is the stuff that when you're out there walking, that you're hoping you get the opportunity to do is for them to flip that black gate open and you get a drive on that thing. That's an interesting one there that just kind of walked out. Lady there on your screen now, that purple sweater. That thing from behind we got to go, that thing's got a ginormous hind leg and foot and ankle on him, and still got a really neat look for that kind of power at the ground. All of them do.
Yeah, and I've said for a couple of years, I mean, this crossbred deal, it is not a muscle game necessarily anymore. It's a balance and profile and feature game, and then how you can motivate with that muscle, because I don't think we're lacking of enough muscle in any of these hogs anymore, any breeds, especially this crossbred division, and certainly just different shapes and how they motivate with it becomes important.
Oh, I'm 100% in agreement. You know, it's about trying to find those ones that got the right angles, got the right proportions and balance, and hope they stay together. Bone and pasterns and flex and body are harder to keep together and keep in proportion and do all that than to put the muscle on the skeleton. All these are built with muscle, and nutritionally, we're so advanced in what we can do with a feed bucket and finishing these things off. And, that last 48 hour, that last 30 days, then that last 48 hours, you can do so much with these things. But if you didn't start off with the right kind, I always say we try not to buy ifs at our barn. When I look at them and say, well, if he does this, if I got to say if probably twice on that thing, then I try to walk by him, because too many ifs are going to give me too many headaches, and I like to feed them, not manage them. So, don't believe me, I miss more than we win. But, in this deal, it's like baseball. If you can bat 400, you're in a Hall of Fame. So, but, we try to stay away from those ifs and find those ones that are there, and study pedigrees and sow lines and different things. There's more to it than just going to a pig cell and raising your hand. To be competitive in this, it's no different than a sport or activity. You've got to do your homework. You got to know where you're at. You need to study genetics. You need to understand the sows that are behind them and how they performed and how the boars do it. And it's still not going to be exact, but I still think it's a science-based sport, if you want to call it that. In my opinion, that's an approach that we try to take to it. So we still miss, don't believe me, but it's a lot of fun to do it, and it gives you more to talk about, with your kids or your students or the families you're helping. It builds conversation, provokes thought in these kids. So there's a lot more that goes into it than just raising your hand at an auction and going home and busting open a bale of shavings and a bag of feed.
Exactly right. Down to about top 5 here in class 53. Bigger class, had 57 head out here in this class. That probably helped with depth as well.
Like he's putting the spotted one up in there. Remember when you couldn't give one of those away?
Yeah, and last year I learned the hard way. My son's senior year, I had 2 colored like that. And ended up selling them to some families that we like and help and show. And one of them ends up 4th here at San Antonio. One of them ends up with the lightweight division of the light crosses. And my son's Yorkshire Barrow was, we like to think, 11th last year. So we finished on a sour note, but it was hard to tell my son, hey, we had those 2 in our barn.
Yeah, didn't they go grand and reserve of their county?
The one was grand, yes.
I thought so. I remember that. The guy that judged that county called me and knew where they're from. And he's like, hey, you need to take a drive up there. Told me about them. So I remember them. I didn't see them, but I remember, and the guy that sorted them with that county is a very well-respected friend of mine and yours that probably knows as much about a pig as anybody in the barn. So I do remember those. I can't believe you let those go.
Don't remind me. My son does enough of that. So. Down to a trio of them. That stout hind-legged one's still in here. Really cool Barrow the young man's got in the blue. That one's really, really cool from the side. And the young lady's got a solid Barrow as well there in the maroon sweater. So 3 very nice ones at the end top end of class 53.
Oh, yeah, 3 different. And unique in their own ways. They all cover the basics, but where they're reaching as far as their individuality, they're just a touch different in there. So it'll be interesting to see which way Brian goes. It looks like him and Maverick are out there having a great discussion, and that would be so much fun without, working with either one of those guys. It'd be like, working with you or one of your brothers. Anybody ever always ask me, it's neat that we're sitting up here, doing this, but they always ask me, somebody who I would want to work with. It was always you or Brian, either one, just because of the respect that we had over the years. And I remember, when I first got to Indiana and you and Brian came and did that deal when we still had the open show and all that, I was probably as excited to get to see you 2 judge and do all that stuff. And, And again, it's so much fun when you do get to work with somebody that may not see them or prioritize the way that you do, but they see the livestock the same, and the good discussion you have out there. So, it'd be nice to be a fly on the tie out there to see what they're really saying. But, I'm sure that's a great discussion. Those two have to go out there and see those things. And, and I think both these guys, I think their basis are the same, but I think their priorities and where they lie is just a touch different on the type and kind. It's all good livestock, but I just think the age and maturity and preference, and that's the thing about this thing. We go to Baskin Robbins here a little bit later. There's 31 flavors. You and I both like ice cream, but we may not get the same one. So
Sure. He likes the cool one.
Oh yeah, and
That's stout enough. Like I talked about earlier, they all got plenty of muscle, and that one's got that extra looking bounce. Here he is.
Probably the deepest class we've had in the lightweights here in the dark cross division. Like these three a great deal, and each of them brings some pieces to this class that they make it fun to sort through. And I tell you what, I don't know that the Barrow that we lead off with ever took a bad step, and I think we could drive for another 5-10 minutes. I don't know that we'd like him any less or more, but I do know one thing: that thing wouldn't quit. That is one broad-billed, athletic, comfortable Barrow that's jet level. And as that young man gets his paperwork wrapped up and we get a chance to see him, you'll see that Barrow's reach and range of motion, how big-chested he is. I like the roll to his upper rib cage as he comes right out of the backside of his blade, much better than the Barrows that sit below him here in 2 and 3. And now he fires him up and goes, and man, that thing is jet level and neat to look at. He's not as big featured perhaps as the Barrows that sit below him. He's not as hard in his back shape even than maybe what I like him, but he's still brought up high. He still reads with an honest turn to his upper rib and loin. I think a real nice Barrow to go ahead and lead with. The Barrow that we have here in second, the obvious things that hit me on this one. Love that Barrow's just strength of feature, his forearm shape and stoutness, and the way that he comes at you in terms of chest width. He's another Barrow that's super sharp up high, super big in terms of his upper hip and his pin set. I think he ties more muscle deeper right there into his twist than the Barrow I used around him. I could pick on him a little bit there from his sheath back. I clean him up back there. I blend him ever so slightly better at his ham loin, strengthen his front footwork. Those are 3 very small pieces where we change that one, but honestly, a really good Barrow to sit in second. Congrats to this young lady. The Barrow that sits just below him here really matches the Barrow ahead of him in terms of feature and density and muscularity. Probably does so at the expense of hip and hind leg. I think of this top 3, he gets to be the shortest and roundest in the design of his rump. His joint quality's just a little concerning in terms of his hock shape there going away. Like to see that Barrow just a little longer hip, but man, killer look there from his hip forward in terms of his attractive, fresh, stout show Barrow look that he offers. The solid black Barrow that's going to come out here that the young lady brings us, that one's as fresh and bold and muscular as any at this weight that we'll have, and he can still handle it with some reach and some mobility. The reason he sits 4 for me is just from his blade forward. He's a bit more conventional in terms of the set, the shape, and length of his neck. We just need to make him, make him more elite from the side in terms of his presence. Love this Barrow that the young man and the young lady bring us here next, and they've done a great job of pairing up as a team. Super intriguing Barrow. Great in terms of his neck set, tall-shouldered, love his muscle, love his squareness. Just like to see him sounder there out of his rear skeleton and taking a longer stride. The belted Barrow just below him here, of these top 5, to me, he's the most conventional in his look in terms of the base of his neck, more refined at the base of his rib and at the ground as well, but a comfortable Barrow that's level and has muscle, and he still squares up good going away. Several good ones. We'll go ahead and open the pins and give him a chance to look at one more time here. I love the freshness of presentation. This young Barrow's, he needs to leave us stouter, and some good ones down the line that come in a few more pieces. Let's give a big round of applause to those exhibitors.
From a marketing standpoint, the ability to do things in real time, to do it fast, to reach the masses of people, is certainly a great thing for our business. But the bottom line is it still comes down to the people. You're still working for people on the other end.
Yeah, we've got 63 here in Class 54, largest dark cross class we've had, and it's indicative of what he's done. He's kept about 20 heads, so still got quite a bit of work ahead of him just to get down to 10. We'll get that started here as soon as the arena gets cleared. But again, we're in Class 54. This will be the first division of the middleweight classes. Looking on the weight sheet, we're going from about 251 to 257 here in this particular class.
Be some heat in this deal, and again, I'd say you're very correct. It just shows how deep this was. It's got 20 probably back here in the back, and the pins that come out, and they probably still had another 15 they kicked out there. So better than half, and maybe that what got come through the SIP pins got at least a second look. So that just tells you the heat's turning up, the quality's getting good. They're trying to get real particular and drive down and drill down on these things, make sure that they're finding the ones that are elite. So we're going to lose probably some really good barrows here that never dreamed that they wouldn't get a ribbon when they left home. It's just this a lot of times I'm saying champions come out of here, but most shows you go to, you get in these middles. These three classes are usually where there's just so much depth all the way through there. You know, you might find that elite creature in those upper ones that ends up ultimately winning the show, but you know, you get in this mix, you better be really, really, really good to be able to hop in that deal, because this is where the depth comes in.
And this weight's easy to make them right. You're not fighting the top side. You're not fighting the bottom side. You can kind of just shape and mold this thing to look like you want them to look, and they're pretty much all the same size. And get them out here. We were just talking about evaluation and kind of how you know, off air, Ed and I both livestock judging, how we kind of came up through it. But I would say, you know, you get to these classes, when you get this depth, I mean, it makes you appreciate sorting this quality. Quality's fun to sort, so I'm sure they will have a good time in this particular class.
You know, and part of it here are those hours out in the yard and by the headlights or whatever you had to do, and the driving out in your pen, whatever you had. This is where it's going to come into play, you know, because this ring's going to get full here in a minute, and understanding, you know, where those openings and everything were. Now, I am by far not a basketball player, never was, never claimed it or anything, but, you know, I've always tried to explain a ring to a kid like, you know, that they play basketball. It's that. And I'm like, you know, you go where they are, because by the time you get there, they're going to be gone. So it's like making a good pass, you know, and that judges the hoop, you know, drive in and get those layups to do it. And, you know, don't be rude, but you got to be aggressive when this ring's going to get full, because it's up to you, you know, you got to create a little bit of it on your own. You can't be passive. You know that it's still a little bit of a sport. So, you know, get aggressive, get out there, make sure you position yourself in the best opportunity to catch that guy's eye. What did we drag back? 3 so far?
3 back in the pen. Yep. Like you said, I mean, they need to be just so well trained when they come out here. You can just make them go where they want to go. I mean, obviously these things can get a little sour, but also just from a durability standpoint and a longevity standpoint, you know, these hogs basically probably a week ago got really amped up, dialed up. Diets changed just a little bit, and we're trying to bring all that we can out of them, but keep them feet and legs under them. And also during that time, they've probably been cooped up in a smaller pen than they were used to being. So, you know, you get them here to this ring and then get them out here and get into a tough class and have to drive them a little while. I mean, that durability and that true foundation and structure is going to come to the top, because they have to be athletes to be good.
That all comes into play, and, you know, just trying to keep them somewhat, you know, healthy. It's like a kindergarten. You go in and all of a sudden you're exposed to all these other bugs and everything else that's in there and all that stuff. So, you know, it's just so many factors that go into this thing to keep these things out here and to make this ring. I mean, you look out there in that ring and all those barrows out there, and, you know, he's got to drag 7 or so more of those out of that thing. And, you know, it's hard to get out there and start breaking those things down and find those 7. There's 10, 15 barrows, whatever we got left out there, that are quality hogs, you know. So it's a little bit of luck, hoping everything comes together, and you've got this 30 minutes that you're working on from the time you hit those pins back there, get through that SIF gate and get through this class, you know. And again, that's a long time standing back there. You want to talk about the durability and standing and being back there. They've been locked up, but, these things have been, by the time they hit this ring, they've already been on their feet standing up for 30 minutes. Pigs aren't range animals like cows. They're not made to stand and do that all the time. So there's a lot of things that have to go in this and be right. And, they can sour and be grouchy really fast. So kids are doing a phenomenal job out here, driving. I mean, patient. We're not seeing a bunch of pigs, that are just getting totally ring sour, and again, I don't want to jinx it, but we hadn't seen any of them pigs that just lock up and squeal and turn and kind of can't get themselves gathered to get back out of the ring. And that right there, a few years ago, we'd have them things that break down. So we've made strides in that, just being able to make sure, from just building hogs better to the way we manage them to make sure that we're not adding into undue stress on these things where they can finish the race and, get back there to the pitcher pen or wherever they got to go. There's just so many factors going. This young lady there, probably a first year, she's pretty excited. That's a pretty good bear that just drew a pin there. Not easy for a girl that size to go out there and compete against these bigger kids.
Yep. It's a competitive ring right there right now. It's getting full, and like you talked about earlier, they've got to guide and get the right holes. But nowadays, too, we show them so much fuller and fresher than we used to, and I thought it was ironic here last week or so, a couple of flashback photos. People have been posting a few of those barrows, and I know when we go to the backdrops nowadays, I always joke with the photographers about how difficult it is to get these things to photo because we're showing them so full. They really sometimes go to the backdrop and they could care less about being there. They're not hungry, they're not thirsty, and that was one good thing, I guess. In hindsight, looking back to the way we used to like to show them, they sure did picture good because they'd go right to the pan and were ready to fill up. But changed them. I just think it's for the better, though, to show them fuller and fresher and get them out here where they can look their best. Good set. Looks like he's got about 5 stuff back, 6 stuff back, trying to work towards the top 10. Again, I'm pretty sure he kept right at 20 in this particular drive.
Yeah, so I don't know if he's going to hand out any tokens this round and rework it or not. I'm venturing to say as many as he kept, he's probably going to try to get these 10 he keeps back just a little bit more ring out there that's got a little less clutter in it and let them drive amongst out there and compare them side by side and resort them. But, I think once it gets down to that 10, he'll probably pull the trigger a little faster and get those, those 7 through 10, probably putting a pin pretty quick, maybe rework those top 3. But it's a challenge, both for the exhibitor and the judge to get out there and sort this many at one time.
Again, here we are in class 54, first class of the middleweight division here in the dark crosses, 63 head. Big bunch that they kept, found a lot that he liked when he first come through, Brian did, and down to 10 head now.
What do we got, 7 in the pen maybe? 8. That'd be 8, I think, in now.
I believe we're 10.
Oh, okay, maybe we're at our 10, yep.
5, 6, 2, so we've got our 10.
Like Brian's ready to roll. That one drug right back in there. He cleared the space and got him right back. Both of them?
Both of them, yep. Wide belt.
I got the sleeves pulled up there a little bit. He's definitely concentrating. I mean that's. I mean, and of course you've done enough big ones and done enough shows out there. Just the physical toll it takes on you out there, but the strength mentally that they have to be able to survive this thing and then come back, get a day's rest, and come back again. I mean, it's a challenge. I mean, not physically, mentally, everything else. I mean, it's draining. I'm sure they get back home, get their families. They're going to be exhausted, for a couple of days to get over this thing. I remember reading a long time ago, and it was, you're one of your great mentors. We actually lost this year, but Bob Hines, Dr. Hines. I remember reading like in the show box when I was in high school or something. He was judging Houston, and they used to do those interviews with him, and he would say before, when he got a call to come down and do one of these big shows in Texas, about 5-6 months out, he would start walking, a mile a day and try to walk and get up to where he could do 5 miles a day and exercise and do right, just because of the toll it took on him, that if he wasn't physically prepared, then it affected him mentally on that. So just the appreciation that guys that come do these, the preparation that they go in when they know, 9 months or 12 months out they're coming, that they have to prepare to be here too, and they do it. And I guarantee you that the two guys we got out here today, they didn't take it for granted, and they prepared themselves physically and mentally to do this, because it is a grind.
Yeah, for sure. And Brian always talked about that too. He had the opportunity to be here at San Antonio about 4 times, and just the foot fatigue. And back then, earlier I talked about, we used to show in deep sand, and it was just tough to kind of trog through. So we have evolved and made a much better show condition. But the dust of the barn, just the chance of getting down, not feeling good. So it takes the judge being on his top, and it is a mental grind when you get out here. Especially those Durocs, they all start to look red. These belted ones all start to look black and white. And it takes that focus to kind of just refocus. But a good class like this, I think, will do it to you too. And that's what I noticed about Brian. He kind of got pretty fired up about this set. He kept those top 2, stuffed them back pretty quick. Now he's working his way up, placing from 10 up. Still got 2 in the holding pins. So,
yeah, I think those hit him pretty hard. Coming back through there, and I saw him get pinned. I remember, and they went really quick. And then when he turned them back out here, it didn't take long for him to get those things put back up in those first couple.
But I like this focus. I mean, because I think we put 10, 9, 8 up. So now you're right here at the money hole and focused and bearing down, making sure he gets his top 6, in his opinion, into the sale. And this 7th one is what's considered here at San Antonio as a crying hole. Sure, even in a class like this, it's nice to even be 7th.
Class like this is nice just to go over and get your picture made with a 10th place ribbon. You'll remember that. Big smile on that young lady's face, and she did a good job. I mean, that's a beast that she's out there driving, and she never gave up on it. That'll light that fire and keep that passion going for that young lady for many years. I'm guessing it could be her first year, maybe a reach for a second.
I bet he's going to go back here pretty quick and roll these other 2 out, hopefully. Yeah, here he comes. Going to work this top 5 a little harder. Figure out which end the gate opens from. Here we go. Nice show bar right there.
first call.
You know, and you look at these things that are great show bears, but, you know, just their skin and their hair and the texture and everything is just so good out here.
Still left him out there, and he still likes this pair. They were the ones he stuffed back quick. We're going to use the wide belted bear second. Come back to this painted up one to win a class.
Very, very good pair of bears. Be interesting to see how he describes them. But proportion, balance, they got all the stuff out here.
Good class.
Well, an excellent class here with, I think, a tremendously deep set of bears that represent lots of neat pieces, but never a question if this one was our class winner. And I told the young man I was excited to finally get a chance to see him out here. Honestly, I knew where I wanted to go in this class, and I never thought twice. It was just a matter of knowing how the class fit together from that point on. But, you know, this guy is very striking. He hits you as a genuinely stout one with a big front leg and foot, a big square pin set, a dense hind leg. He's an elevated bear that's got some size and some stature, yet he's still very proportionate in terms of body length. Man, that is a neat look. Congratulations, that young man brought us a good one. As mentioned, it was simply a matter of where do you go from there. And I think that the one that suits us second best is the next one that has really a striking look with a good kind of skeleton. I wish he came at us as strong as he leaves me, because this target mark bear, when you get behind him, his pin width, his outward shape to his stifle and inner ham muscle is very good, and he still has some heaviness of structure, and he's got a square hind leg. He's the best pastern bear here of this top two or three that we're working back through. His problems lie up front, not enough chest, not enough blade shape, and heart and forerib shape. We change him there, and again, that bear gets awfully good as well. Again, I like the body shape, the practical build, the timeless design and structure of the young lady's bear that comes here in three. Super comfortable, great in his body, good in his lines and angles, just not stout enough at the ground in terms of foot, bone, and feature. And then muscle-wise, I think of these first three, he gets hustled the most in terms of real shape of muscle up high and as he leaves us. I like the off-belted bear as kind. When you talk about one that's so round-bodied and opened up and got a big, bold, fresh back in him. Man, that is my kind from that standpoint. I like him up high when he goes away. When I take him from the top of his pins down, I get more concerned in terms of his longevity to his hock, and all of that I think is compensated underneath in terms of one that gets too flat-footed and just a little too soft in the set to his pastern. I told this guy I was proud of him for hanging in there, and he kept a positive attitude. This bear came through lollygagging through the sift pin a little bit as he grabbed a gear out here, and I knew Mav would gravitate to this one and give us a chance to see him. That's a real square-built one down low with a killer show bear, a head carriage and feature. Love his jawline, love the hard shape in his upper blade and down his top. He ends up in the middle of this class when we take him through the center part of his body. Wants to dry up in his flank, get a little shorter and rounder in the design of his rump. And why I was a little picky on him in the back was just his reach and range of motion out of his rear skeleton. The belted bear that sits just below him here, a real big-bodied one that's level design and loose structured. I think he's the plainest bear when you study the lower third of his body. He's not as toned right there in the base of his navel and then up there under his jawline. He gets just a little plain featured, a little plain underneath, but his kind is mentioned. He's practical, he's sound, and he still has some spread and power. We've got a really heavy muscled moderate bear here. To me, reads a little jammed together, a little rounder, a little lower set in his kind. Like to see him more flexible and just more comfortable. Again, not going to make a lot of individual comments down the line. Would like to describe the young man's brings us a really intriguing bear here. That one's wild in terms of skull shape, blade and forearm and hind leg density. I'm not convinced he's just round enough in his body and just real enough from a muscle standpoint when he goes away in terms of stifle. But really good class. Let's put our hands together for these exhibitors.
We are on Class 55 dart crosses. We're on Class 55 dart crosses. 54 was the last class. Class winner Jet Bradford. Second in that class was Autumn Birkenfield. And this will be the middleweight class of the middle division, basically. 9 classes of these dart crosses. We'll do just like we did the Durocs and break them into 3 division drives. So we got about 12 in the pen. He's pulled a couple of more out of the deep sea out here, and getting a nice class. Maybe a little tighter on his sift this time. Last year ended up with 20 to sort back through, and maybe sent more up here to the hill so that we could look at him in the big ring, and instead of keeping quite so many, because that is a lot of work to work back through and makes the ring pretty tight. I think we've kept 12 or 13 head here in Class 55, sending the rest of them back now out of the ring, and we'll get you top 10 here in just a minute. But again, we are in Class 55. 60 head in this class. Looks like this class is around that pretty consistent, pretty tight window, about 58 to 62 on your weight break here. I see a 64, so 58 to 64 looks like here for Class 55 dart crosses. And the rest of those placings in Class 54, we did have a little correction there that we got it made. Class 54 top 10 is listed on the top of your screen. Redrove 4 and already thrown 3 back in. Again, Taylor Fort and his crew with the live webcast this year at the San Antonio Livestock Show. First time they've done it. Had a few kinks early on in the week with internet connectivity, but I know they've got things going good if you watch the Purebred Gilt Show. But they're doing all the junior shows and cattle, sheep, goat show, hog shows, and group of young people, and have really put a lot of effort into it for your viewing pleasure at home. I told somebody the other day, this is basically the only thing I can see good that's came out of COVID. Is that we've kind of upped our game in terms of people that maybe need to stay home or want to stay home or have that choice, and certainly maybe the viewing pleasure that you get from home with this particular webcast is good, and appreciate San Antonio bringing Taylor Ford in, and could not be made possible without the sponsors that are listed on the page. If you look down in the right-hand corner, bottom, and then off to the side on the left, the amount of sponsors that have stepped up, and why wouldn't you want to put your sponsorship on the San Antonio Barrow Show or any San Antonio show for that matter? Really a top-end Barrow show here that we've got. So please take a look at those sponsors, and if you know them or see them, drop them a text of thanks and tell them you appreciated the sponsorship of the webcast so that this can continue in the nature that we've got it. Got 5 pinned back. Like 8 of them left out there, so we kept 13 in this particular drive. Young lady coming into your view, unusual. Maybe that Barrow's got his tail hurt or something, and he's sure not wanting to hold it right and kind of distracting from it. The young lady didn't initially get a pin and kind of worked her way back out of the dead seat. So nice Barrow, and again, we kind of talked about how everything's just got to go right and don't need anything to happen. And he decided he didn't want to curl his tail today, so making it tough for that young lady. Got 6 of them back in the pen. Like he's talking to Davey Griffin, the superintendent, maybe getting his numbers. Talked about earlier too, and I don't know if you were on the webcast this morning, I talked about the volunteers that are around here, and even with as many things as we perceive that go wrong with a stock show, and in today's time we like to get on social media and maybe grumble, probably more than we need to, but at the same time I think we should be very fortunate that we continue to get to have the opportunities that we do and the stock shows that we get to come to here in the state of Texas, and San Antonio is all volunteer driven, so these guys are all out here volunteering their time. There's a couple of folks that as these hogs go through the sift, a gentleman that's got a knee brace, which I would wear too if I was in the ring every day, all the time, out here with these hogs, but in a pink shirt today, and that guy's been here as long as I know. Make sure every kid that comes through here gets a high five or a fist pump, and those are the kind of guys that are in it for the right reasons, and so I hope we continue to be appreciative of the opportunity we've got here at the San Antonio Livestock Show to exhibit at this level. We've got 6 in the pen, and I think he's placed 7, 8, 9, looking like he's looking for place 10. Then we're going to dismiss 3 from the ring and redrive these top 6. Redriving 6 of them here. Those will be 6 cell holes in for class 55. When he brought him out the second time, or the first time, stuffed him back pretty quick. A Barrow he seemed to like pretty well the first time out. Stuffed this one back pretty quick earlier too. In class 55, we have 9 classes of these dark crosses, and we're just sitting right here in the middle of the dark crosses. Our 5th class will be the middleweight division of the middleweight drive. 3 classes in each of those divisions. We'll show those divisions after the completion of class 9 dark crosses, which happens to be class number 59. Place 6. Got them down to the top 5 now, sorting through those. Discussing them and kind of getting, making sure they kind of got their priorities in place and trying to fit maybe some more parts and pieces out here. I think there was one or two they liked pretty good, but maybe haven't found that one just to grab and go with, and still study them and making sure they get them lined up in their mind in the right order. Talked about that girl's hog that tail didn't want to kind of hold right. This other young lady maybe got a little water in the sparrow's ear. He isn't acting just the best and kind of heavy-eared on that one side, but it's a nice white-belted barrow, white-hipped barrow young lady in the blue sweater's got. Likes her 4th. Man in the black vest probably got the look bear out here in terms of just balance and profile. And ladies bear, I mean, he did like that one pretty good going back. That one is stout. The young man in the green shirt's got a nice made bear that's very shapely as well. So good trio here as they sort through this final set. They'll probably be giving the buttons out soon and get ready to hand it over to Brian to discuss class 55. Again, this is the middleweight class of the middleweight division here in the dark crosses. We've got 9 classes. At the end of those 9 classes, we'll go back and do a lightweight division, a middleweight division, and a heavy division. So looks like he's getting close to having his mind made up. Got it down to those 2 that he had stuffed back pretty quick. Anxious to hear him describe this pair. He likes him. He's going to put the young man in the green shirt second, I think. The man in the vest to be first. Here's Judge Arnold with his comments.
From a marketing standpoint, the ability to do things in real time, to do it fast, to reach the masses of people, is certainly a great thing for our business. But the bottom line is it still comes down to the people. You're still working for people on the other end.
Okay, another very deep class, kept quite a few of them, I think in excess of about 20 head here in class 56. 66 head in the class though, biggest class we've seen today. So here in class 56, the final class of the middleweight division, we got 9 classes of these dark crosses. This is the 3rd class here in the middleweight division, getting up here weight-wise 67 to 71 looks like in this particular class, or 65 to 71 looks like about the weight break here in class 56 dark crosses.
Oh, definitely. The heat has been turned up in these 3 classes, and the depth is here. Again, like you said, there's not a lot of restrictions as far as up against the scales on these. You're able to come in and still be able to turn them in, leave yourself some room to fill and feed and hydrate and do everything right here. So, I'm not surprised with the number that they got back here in the pens, the number they sent, and the number that made it out here to still get an opportunity in the sea. I mean, better than half the class probably getting a second look, which is great for the kids. It might extend us a little longer, but they're doing everything they can to make sure that they're giving these kids the opportunity to reward them for the work that they put in here. So, and again, I just watching them back over the backside as they come through the sip pen. There's some really, really good pigs in there. We're throwing one back. This young lady there in the red striped shirt sending one back there to the scales again to get checked. And you want to talk about one that's got design and bone and square front feet and legs.
Put your hands together for these exhibitors remaining in the ring.
The heat is up.
Again, if you're just tuning in, we'll work it down 20, 22, 25, however many they've got kept in this particular class, but they'll work it down to a top 10. So your top 10 ribbon getters in this particular class, and I think all of them get a little added premium, but the top 6 then in these dark cross division all make the premium sale that'll be on Fridays. So very competitive up here towards the top end. Quite an honor just to be in the top 10. Sure an honor to be in the top 6, and a great accomplishment to win a class here at San Antonio.
Didn't take him long to throw that one back in. And, we're really getting into some He-Mans here, if you really like that word or what you described. I mean, we're getting bigger scale pigs, a little bigger outline, just more pig from top to bottom and end to end here. We got some out here that these full weights are pushing 80, and that's a lot of pig out there. So
there's a cool colored one too, that roan bodied, the black on him had a lot of roan in it, and sharp looking dude, stout. I heard him holler, or heard a holler. I thought he pinned one more back.
Yeah, we're just sitting with the one, aren't we? It's as important here coming out of these gates as it is the back gates back there now. That thing's got to go to work, and everything's got to click just right for the pig and the kid and the whole team there to get there, because it's going to get crowded in this thing before long.
Saddleback Barrow he threw back here, that big black spot in the middle of his top. He liked that Barrow in the back sift pretty quickly as well. Paler complected, but a nice pig. Keeps a solid black one.
Both of them going to work there, might have kind of as an assist judge or whatever you want to call it here, as Brian's a lead on these dark crosses. Appreciate the fact, if you're paying attention, most are watching Brian because he's the lead and he's got the point, but just kind of watching there about Maverick, he's doing his due diligence there to try to catch some angles and do some evaluations, so if they come back and have some discussion that he's prepared, got good notes, and can help maybe, hey, point this one out or that, So I appreciate the fact that he's not just standing on the fence or do anything. He's taking time to try to evaluate these stock. And again, that's just, he's a stockman. He wants to look at them and enjoy them and evaluate them and talk about them. But, both these guys, it's been, from what I've watched and been here, it's been a good tandem. They've worked very well together, and they continue to do it. So.
Yeah, and he knows it's fixing to get full and kind of wants to get all the good looks he can right now before it gets full. Four pin back at this time. Pin one more back, so we get 5 pin back.
They're all kind of cookie cutter, same kind of build. It looks like it'll be interesting to turn them back out, but you know.
Nice bear coming into the pin right now. This young man's got blue plaid.
Yeah. No, he took a second look there, but you know, well, I think that kid will get another shot in there. I don't know how many he kept, but they kept a pile of them there.
And this is the final class of the middleweight division. 3 classes in each division. So this heavy class in the middleweight division runs us from about 65 to 71. So like you said a minute ago, we're at 280 full weight. I got 271 plus 10 is what they get. So 6 pin back now. That's number 7. Thought we had over 20. That's 21, I think, after the ones that are pinned plus the ones that are in the ring right now.
No, I think there's
22.
Oh, just that one they pulled out. You know, it just goes to show you that one got pulled out of the sea out there and come back around and come right back out. And yeah, there's a pin. The young man there in the red shirt. I think they pulled him out. Oh, he thought he got pulled out. Sorry. He gave her a try.
Hey, ain't nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. Okay, I think he's got his 6 pinned. He's talking
7.
about.
It looked like he gave the 7 signal to ask the ring official there if he had 7, and I think he got a nod there. So 6 or 7, we'll see where we're at. Are we double stacked or something in there? I don't know.
Yeah, we've got 7 pinned back. I think I don't know if he's going to pin 10 or if earlier he kind of went ahead and worked his way, maybe found 8, 9, and 10. But working through a big group of them out here, a quality set here in Class 56. Kept a little over 20 of them, and still some nice barrows out there. Like he's just going to keep pinning. So there's 8.
8. You can see these young men and young ladies out here just turning up the heat there, trying to find a spot and get that look and try to drag those last 2 opportunities to stay in the fight here.
Not the hardest time on everybody because it's all in those kiddos' hands, but parents and everybody on ringside, they always want what's best for their kids. Everybody wants to get a button, and love to get a ribbon, and trying hard.
There's number 9, so 1 more ribbon spot. Maybe one of the tougher decisions he makes all day.
There's 10. You'll talk to a few of these kids as they let them go back out. Maybe talk to them about a change or 2 they'd make. But maybe keeping up. He's going to go ahead and dismiss them. Got our 10 ribbon getters. Good class here in Class 56. I'd say you get to these classes, and if you're watching and you're disappointed because your kid's leaving the ring right now, don't be, because it is an accomplishment to make it once through that SIF pin, and and get kept, and quite an accomplishment when you get to the heat of a breed like the dark crosses at San Antonio. Spot top one he liked.
He liked him really, really quick back there earlier, and when he turned him back out here, and just imagine that thing was actually more black on that rump, that white's throwing him off sometimes. And that
kind of like we talked about those black hogs, that plain white hip kind of looks a little plain.
Kind of distorts it a little bit, Young lady there, he's really analyzing that's got that little bit of that black back in there. I think he just pinned that one back.
Neat looking Barrow from the side there.
He is, Well, it'll be fun when we go back here in 20 years and look at these when we reflect back on the ones that you and I got pictures with when we were kids or whatever. Just how far we've come. I always try to imagine what are these things going to look like in 20 years, What else can we do to make them that much better? We got them out there, but it's just amazing how we continue to progress and improve livestock. And every year, these things are just, the proportions, the bone, the flex, the look up front, the neatness, the eye appeal. Just never dreamed we'd be having hogs like this and still got flesh and muscle in them. He got drugged back in there too.
Got two back now.
If you're watching and again, we're at the advantage. We're kind of peeking the ring and looking at the screen you see at home. Well, over the years that you always tell people, sitting in the bleachers and standing on the fence, they look different than what they look like as a judge's perspective standing out here. So this is where I come in, and just these young ladies and the cameras and what Taylor and this crew are doing. This is the first time that I can tell people from what you and I have done is got the microphone out there. It's the first time they can actually see what a judge really sees and get this perspective at surface level and all that stuff, and you're not sitting 30 feet away and all this. It's amazing the shots and what they're doing and how they're working with the team out there. You look at the screen, it's amazing what we're putting out there for these families that are at home, couldn't see them, or across the country that they're getting to witness this. For the first time, I really think, teaching moment. I think you can go show families of what it looks like and how hard it is to look out there from a judge's perspective and really start seeing these things from the ground up and over their top, and just see how really massive and explosive those things are. So, shout out to what we've been able to watch. If you hadn't been here in person or you've had to check out or you're still at camp coming in the second wave, you've really been able to experience what it's like to be in the ring and be one of those kids and how hard it is, and you really get the shots to appreciate how good this livestock is. So again, I hope you appreciate what San Antonio and partner with Taylor and has been able to bring us here the last few days. And I know you were here for the first wave, and I appreciate it. As I head back to Iowa, it's going to be nice. I'll have it up on the big screen and feel like I'm still sitting here in the bleachers. So, but again, it's been phenomenal.
It'll be like March Madness at your office. Is that what you're saying? You'll be watching the Hog Show on Wednesday and Thursday.
Yes, I will. I will be. I probably won't sit at my desk with bigger TVs in the front room, so we may be taking phone calls and doing stuff from there where we got a little more bigger screen. But it's just amazing. You don't know what you don't know until the first time you actually see it, and you're like, holy cow. I was talking to Taylor earlier when we did that, and I skipped out on you. But, just the way he's presenting this and doing it and getting stock kids, I think it's kind of important because, that crew he's got out there, they're all stock kids. So they know what it's like out there, and they're able to bring you a perspective or vision like you've never been able to see before. So I think it's really neat. And, you know, we sit here and talk about how we've come so far in our hogs and how good they are and everything else. Well, you know, being able to bring this to grandma and grandpa and breeders and everybody else is just phenomenal. And the way they're doing it is, I'm just blown away.
Yeah, it's a neat perspective. And like I say, I've said it a couple of times, a good thing, it's one of the good things, a few good things that's come out of COVID, I believe, that we're able to see them a little better.
I think we're down there. It looks like, what's he going to work back out here? Maybe 4 or 5?
5, I think. Yep. Last minute, that boy with the blue checkers, he threw him back 5. He kind of settled on those 4, and I think was starting to place him, and then they studied 5 and decided to throw him back in there. Redriving 5 head here in Class 56. This is the heavyweight class of the middleweight division. So Class 6 out of 9 classes here in the Dark Cross.
That young lady came out first there, and that off belt, it's a different color, but, you know, just that thing's got great rib shape. If you want to talk about one that's really got some deep body and great rib shape and square topped, and all these are just, you know, you can really, really see that. And I didn't realize he threw that one back in, the more white one. So,
yeah, this girl's that you talked about, I mean, funny colored, but real practical. I mean, just very productive looking, handles himself good. And perspective I've getting some up here, big old back and a big hip, and handle it good.
that thing's got a big square. I mean, just and that color and that black standing out, you can just kind of see where he's broken, and they all have it. You know, that one's kind of got the gray blended in there. I mean, this is this is 5 phenomenal Barrows. I mean, it's congratulations to the breeders and the kids and everybody out here that got it this far. This is these medium weights, and I know we're going to see a bunch of really good ones as we break into these next 3 in this heavy division. But this has been really fun to watch these things come across the sift and come in here. Just it's always fun to look at good livestock.
Fourth place on the blue checkered shirt. We haven't said anything about the narrow stripe barrow the young man's got out here. That's just a pretty fault-free one, too. Nice made. Watch that one come through the sift pin. Real complete. Still got the kind of the roan hipped belt, wide belted barrow out there. Great looking from the side.
I mean, you want to talk about, 3 that are just, build and body and mass and everything. I mean, there's not too many cuts in this when you place these in this class. There's 3 hogs out there that are different marked in their color. But when you start breaking them down and painting them the same, they're all the same in their proportions, their body type, their look up front. Very, very good livestock out here. Goes to show you that even when an ugly colored one and one that's off, they still play in this thing. This young lady kind of with that one that's kind of got the white tint, blue roan more. I don't know what you want to call him. He's a little more roan to me. Boy, she's just drove that thing. That thing is just gone and gone. The young lady's done a great job with him out there driving him. That she's never let that thing go. Or interesting. It looks like Brian's ready to discuss these things.
What a really deep class, and no question, that's probably the biggest class we've had. I don't know if we had 60, 70 plus here, but this was really the pair of them that really, in my mind, stuck together pretty well. I think that's a pair of bears that, in terms of proportionality, I like a great deal, and I think there's just enough more presence and look and extension, and the young ladies kind of painted up bear to go ahead and win here. Really like the height of the shoulder, the square shape that he has up high. He's a square pin bear that's got muscle as he goes away, matches good underneath in terms of foot size and bone. Not going to tell you that he's the most opened up right there in his heart and in his chest. That's where I think the bear counters him in two. And the longer he went, that bear wanted to labor just enough behind to make it close. Still thought he was plenty good enough for this class, for what we worked with, to go ahead and give him the green light. Extra high quality bear there to lead off with. The bear that ends up here in two, really a dense, naturally stout one that's way opened up, really broad back when you get up on him, and the great roll to the center part of his rib cage. I like the hip and hind leg in that guy as well. Probably hits me just a little plainer to look at right at the base of his neck and right back in through his sheath. I didn't read that bear quite as collected from the side. Also like to strengthen his pastern set, but as mentioned, that's just a stout constructed one that's opened up and bold. The young man's bear that ends up here in three, a tremendously fresh, youthful appearing bear in my mind. This guy, he's moderate in his body length, he's bold in his body shape, super fresh over his blades and down his back. And you step off to the side of this guy, I read him a little shorter and thicker about his neck. I didn't read him maybe just as extended there, probably not as long in his rump, and it probably more than anything, as he comes at us, we'd like to square up his footwork and just fix him in terms of his front feet and his pastern set. The young man's bear that comes out next. There's times I love this bear, and times I just change him from the side. In terms of how he blends, I like to keep his top line with just more strength, clean him up in his sheath, but that's a big-ended bear that's got loads of muscle. He may be just a rib longer body than he needs to be. I think that would allow him to collect his lines a bit better from the side. Also like to see him just reach his hock further behind his tail head. We get him in motion. And man, that's where I love this one here. This one is a super intriguing bear, extra square build, moderate in his body length, and absolutely can go. I mean, great angles and comfort. Again, just from a muscle standpoint, I don't read this guy as genuine. He gets bland up high, a little plain back through his stifle, just not quite as shapely as we see him go away. As we'll go ahead and continue down the line, so again, some really high quality bears in this lineup. This young lady's bear, I thought, runs a little low at the top of his shoulder, gets high at his ham loin and short and steep in his rump. But again, a tremendously fresh-backed one that's got a killer look. He's sharp-fronted and still stout. We'll go again, open up the pins here, and we'll go ahead and congratulate these exhibitors. Let's give them a big round of applause. Another extra good class. Thank you. Thank you. Good job, man.
To have a breeding program, there has to be a plan. It doesn't have to be popular. But it has to be backed by conviction. Backed by quality. The satisfaction is in the results.
Class 57 dart crosses, 57 head here in Class 57 dart crosses. We move into the heavy division of the dart cross drive. 72 to 78, I believe, is our weight break here. 72 to 78, 57 head. Like the pins are full again.
Pins are full, but not as many in the sea here. So, but believe me, you know there's going to be there's going to be a water muskie come out of this thing. It's a very good set. Be interesting to see those 6 that'll get to come back and compete for champion reserve. That medium weight deal, very good. But you know, there's probably going to be a beast come out of this heavy deal too, and we're tightening it up pretty good, I'd say. And I didn't look at the sheet, but that next 2 classes will probably be really tight on weight. We had pretty much maxing out, 79 to 80 on those, pretty close.
Actually, I think we're going to have a little bigger spread. Last class will probably be very tight if I was guessing. This class is 72 to 78. Next class will be 79 to 87. That heavyweight class goes from 88 to 90.
So, yeah, we'll have spread. So that last one will be bumping the scales. We're not out of room yet on these. Shouldn't be.
Always in a perfect world, if you're showing hogs and got a good one, this is always a really nice class to hit. Maybe the light class of the heavies and gives you a chance to, of course, now with the division drives all at the end, but give you a chance to get out of here and rest them for a little while. That's always makes it tough on a good stout heavyweight bar. He's got to roll out of his class and then roll right back in, usually into a drive. So, you know, those guys that have been overthinking this thing for a long time have honed their bar in for this class, and so I would expect this will be pretty good.
Yeah, looks like he got his first one back in there.
Young man goes back, and actually that young man also, you may or may not disagree, one of the better mullets we've seen, and he did get a mark for that. So
he did. Where are we at? We're pushing 100 on that count, I think.
Mullet counters at 97.
97. He does. He's got her styled pretty good, and he's got a good bear to go with it. So. Like he's throwing another one back in there, so must really like it because as many as he's got to work back through here, you're going to have to hit him pretty hard to draw one of them pins right back, I would say. Another one, I think he's got 3 pin back there. Likes them socked ones, them white front-legged ones. He don't mind them really dark-bodied ones that got a lot of black on them. Got his 4th one back in there. Competition's going to get even harder and harder. Got a lot to come out still for 6 places.
Getting spread here, 72-78. First class here as we enter the heavyweight division of the dart crosses. As we talked about, we'll have 3 divisions at the end of 2 more classes and then 3 division drives. We'll do a lightweight division champ, middleweight division champ, and a heavyweight division champ.
So he's throwing the 5th one back in, it looks like here. Several more to turn out, but you know he knows there's some that hit him hard out there, and he knows where they're at. Kind of roughly, probably remembers a particular bear. Getting down the last couple of pins here, so we probably got maybe 4 more. 3-4 more to come out, I'm guessing. Plus, I guess back behind, but. One of them spotted when it's hitting the ring. That thing is really cool looking up front. Got a great look. Studying it pretty hard, so.
That is a nice barrel.
It is. Man, that color's a little off, but he's coming back at us. He's got a good front end on him. That thing's got a big square back in him when he's coming back across here. And the color can be deceptive.
Six pinned right now. Very competitive class. Polka Dots gets back in. 7.
Yeah, I think he really liked that. He spent a little extra time studying that when she got him stuck and let him go just across the ring, and he got that side profile. I mean, that thing danced across there and had a beautiful look. He's got muscle. He's got a back in him. I do think as a whole, though, looking at pigs this year, maybe from where we were the last couple of years, we've got some four-rib and some chest things back in these things where I thought maybe I don't know the right word, but maybe made them a little sissy fronted, a little narrower than what I'd like to see. So it's good to see, as a collective group, I think, watching the show here the last couple of days and even watching the ones that made the ring and not, we realized that we were about to get ourselves in a jam there by doing that and worrying about how tall-shouldered and geek or freaked or whatever terminology they wanted to use adjective to describe those, that we've done a better job. It looks like these hogs are better and flatter in their chest, square in their sternum, but still got a good look up front. I was getting a tick worried on those things. We were elevating them, getting them where the blade was offset and just getting them too narrow. Yeah,
we were headed in two different directions, actually. A little more and mass and maybe not as big a frame, and then kind of the other extreme, kind of trying to get them real cool looking from the side. And that balance maybe is what these guys are working towards and kind of the trend in between.
That's where I fit, is in between. I like them. I don't want little ones and I don't want big ones, but just the proportions. And I want them built as square in the chest as they are at the ground and not coming out of their shoulder. But we've done it good. I was getting a little nervous. I just didn't like those very well. So I'm glad to see we're swinging that pendulum back, realizing, hey, if we go too far, we're going to be in trouble, because these bears got sisters back somewhere, so you're going to try to make some bears out of and get them too narrow. They don't work very well.
Yep, kind of the discussion we had in that lighter weight deal. I mean, there's plenty of muscle bred in these things. It's how that muscle's patterned and how they motivate with it, and that's always been something paramount. I mean, they were like, well, they're market hogs, what does it matter? But these things got to have some female mates that are going back into breeding herds, and got to keep a focus on the right kind, the fundamental kind. Got a few placing buttons. We've got our top 10 found and dismissing the rest from the ring. Very competitive drive here.
Where did he start? I missed it. Where did he start giving buttons out? I know he gave that one. So we got 9 and 10 buttoned already? Or
I think 9 and 10 are buttoned. Yes, sir.
We drive Brian's got his handful of chips ready to roll there.
Solid black hog comes out first. That wild colored one the young man's got. A big, shapely, expressive back. A complete kind of hog that comes out here with a white hind leg and wide belt. Predominantly black. Stalking front-footed hog that comes out here next. You talked about him. I think he stuffed that one back pretty quick. I think that one's a nice bear as well.
I thought maybe he'd pull him back, but if he's just working the top 5 or 6 here, probably let him drive.
That one's intriguing. There he goes. He must have heard you.
And the mulligan.
Guess we'll talk a little quieter. Maybe, I'm trying to sway Brian's opinion, but I like that pig very good. He's thrown back in there. So.
Me too. You could stand in the ring and still wasn't swayed. That guy. I mean, and you can look. I mean,
he knows he's getting heavier. He wants to keep these things a little fresher. And hey, let's stuff them back. Let's get these other ones lined up right. Don't want to burn them up. And appreciate that.
Yeah, and I mean, he's dialed in. I mean, you look at him. I mean, he's tuned in. He's dialed. He knows what he wants here. I mean, you can tell just by his facial expression, hands expression. I mean, he's on his game, and there's not a more passionate person about junior livestock than Brian Arnold. Of course, all the years in Indiana when he was NSR, knew him very well there. And then, when he went to Zoetis, we stayed in contact because we worked a little bit. And then, when he came over to United and the company he's currently at, we were colleagues. I was still there then. So, one of my favorite individuals I've ever been around, just character, and, one of my all-time favorite people, maybe yours, is Warren. And I always think, I was like, Brian's just a junior Warren Beeler, is just as far as a guy that's just got so much character and what he brings and the way he inspires kids and people around him and his demeanors. He's got the even his hand gestures back there when he sends you the SIF pin. We're talking about, even they're nice.
Yeah, he's nicely sending you to the out pin. Yeah, he is polite and I mean has become as well respected as anybody out there. And I think that's a very good analogy is comparing him to Warren. I mean that's Warren was always a straight shooter, and that's exactly what you get when you're dealing with Brian on whatever you're doing.
And they're starting to show a little bit back there in Indiana. I think Reese has been there the last couple of years and done some at the state fair, and they're feeding more. And then, of course, they got their younger child, him and Molly, back there, and they just phenomenally family man. Great, they just do such a good job. He's one of those that I always say if I could throw my kids in the backseat of his truck and they come back a week later, they'd be better than when they left, without a doubt. So, again, we're probably getting off of that, but it's important to let the people know that San Antonio and the guys they're hiring are really qualified to be able to evaluate these livestock and line them up from good to bad and giving a good opinion. But they're also putting people out here that these kids can look up to, and as they do their research and they see who they are and see how they act when the lights aren't on and the cameras aren't watching them, they've got really good role models when they're out there, and one of mine and of course he's yours and you've been friends, but like BA, Brian, the other BA, the big BA, your brother's always been a guy that he's not much older than we are, but I always looked up to him because, again, same kind of character, always did things the right way, put things right. So, hadn't seen him in a while, and I hope he's feeling well. Hopefully he's watching us today maybe, but, we're always thinking about him and hoping, he's recovering and getting better, and you gave me an update on it. It made me happy because it's one of the really, truly good livestock people we had in this business too, so. He set the bar high for you, Brandon. If you
well, I agree with that, and I think he is out there listening. Hope he is. Hopefully he can fit through the doorway now after those kind words there from Ed. But been around it a long time. All these guys are kind of in it for the right reasons. I mean, we talked about it earlier, building kids. I mean, we use these hogs as a vessel, and man, this is a fun trio right here.
Oh yeah.
What do you want to? Where do you want to go? I mean, that young man's wild-colored one has got a big, shapely, expressive back and gets out and goes. And this black one's just beautiful to look at from the side. And then just moderate, meat and potatoes, solid, complete one that other young man's got. I mean, this is nice when you can't really go wrong.
Oh, you can't. I mean, and you watch them. I mean, they're just – feet all hit the same spot. They're square. They're not deviating when you get behind them. Their body cavity's good. They're fresh. You're right. I mean, this is the heart of it. It'll be interesting. I mean, again, I got one I like, but it's not my job today or anything else. But 3 phenomenal barrows out here will be interesting, and I'm not.
There's Brian. Going to give second.
Yeah. I dig that one he just used. I like that there.
Very good class.
Well, the off-belt wins for me, and I like this bear to win fairly easily. I think in a class as we've moved up in weight and have some challenges to sort through, whether it be feet and legs or maturity. That's a square-built, genuine one that's got shape and muscle. He handles it good, and he handles the duration of this drive with some longevity, some flexibility. He's sharp in front of his blade, but he's still stout when you read him in his arm, his ankle, and his foot size. And again, I think that's the fresh, attractive, muscular Barrow that can absolutely go. Probably 2 and 3 got a little closer for me, and the longer they're out here, we read more quality in the Barrow that ends up here in 2, just in terms of his lines, his look, his presence in front of his blade, the way that he's shaped at the top of his neck. Really like the curvature and comfort that he has in terms of his shoulder set and his arm set, and he's got a really big hip and a good hind leg from the side. He's also one I probably don't read as genuine in terms of skeletal width as he goes away, as I read him from his pins down through his hock into the ground, and again, maybe not as sharp and shapely and fresh when you get right up over his blades relative to what we'd like to see, but a really good Barrow to land in 2. Coming out in 3, this is a Barrow that I gravitate to just because he comes at us with some chest width. He's got a good hard shape to his back and a big hip, and he can still go good behind. The longer he drove, this one got just a little plainer to us. His neck just a little deep in through his neck. Like to fix him up high and make him more attractive. The spotted up Barrow that ends up in 4, super a neat Barrow to look at in terms of his sharp look, his hard shape, and his proportions. Too rigid and tight. Need to make him sounder, but a really neat Barrow there. Coming out next, the solid black Barrow is one that the longer he drove, the more his problems were revealed. That Barrow is just tilted too far forward in his shoulder set and his forearm, too short in his rump, but a stout, attractive show Barrow skull, a fresh, clean neck, a good shape and muscle, just needs to go better. Man, this is one that Mav and I discussed as we talked about him. We think this is a killer Barrow just in terms of his basics, a real neat look, jet level, square pinned. He gets his hind leg behind himself, got some spurs on those back front feet there, and bottom line probably hits us just a little general and plain in terms of skin and hair and presentation, but that's a dang good Barrow there to end up in the middle of this pack. We'll go ahead and open the pins on the remainder of this class, and again, I thought a lot of really good Barrows to work with, maybe ran out of steam in some cases as far as stamina and structure. Let's put our hands together, folks. We still got a nice crowd here on a warm day. We owe a big round of applause to these kids. Thank you.
Be a really exciting class right here. Very nice sift. We were back there kind of watching them come through. If you watched them come through, I think there is a very nice set of pins.
Oh yeah, this is about to be real fun. You know, of course, it'll be interesting to see them views at ground level, but them things coming through those gates and over the top, they're pretty good.
Had about 16 or 17, I think, and I know they pulled 2 out of the Dead Sea, so again, we are on Class 58. You got 62 head in Class 58. I think this class went from 79 to 88, maybe 79 to 87, something like that. 79 to 87, I think, is the number, and right here in the next to heavy class 58 out of 59. We got 9 classes of these dark crosses. So the middleweight division here in the heavyweight set. Still liking them, still keeping them. Should be a fun set to get back here and sort through. This is, and I'm glad to see we used to have in that lightweight division maybe all those classes would be 40 to 43, and this year we only had 2 classes, and it always, worried me a little bit that we were, spreading out too many cell holes to those lighter weight hogs and not keeping enough for these very, very competitive classes, because just to sell 6 in a class like this is tough. Perfect world, you might show them for sale order, but obviously time would not allow at a show of this magnitude. But these 6 will earn their sale spot in this particular class.
Oh yeah, these 6 will earn it, and these 10 that get to go to the backdrop and get a picture and a ribbon will earn it. I'm just from the bird's eye seat or whatever you want to call it, crow's nest up here watching it. This may be one of the better classes we've seen yet this show. Very good. And it may take a few pins before we get some of them real heaters turned out. What they end up pulling back out of that? They pulled 2 or 3
They pulled
back
3 or
out?
4 more back. Predominantly black hog that comes out first goes right back in.
Yeah, he hasn't shot away. That color doesn't bother him at all. That thing, when he comes back in, he's got a canyon down his back.
Yeah, and you take those things and keep them as dark as you can, and then that extra hair that we're kind of keeping on them now, and just makes them look like you talked about earlier, burlier bodied. They just need a little bit of white to set them off, and that one's got enough white to set him off. Just like that class winner in the last class. I mean, that one was predominantly black and sure looked like a cool rig. 2 pin back now, 3 pin back. You just grabbed another one.
Oh.
Lady in the gray or purplish sweater that's coming out. I remember that one coming through the sip pin. I thought that one looked very good.
Just so fresh. Lady going across there in the white sweater, that was another one that came through the sip pin. Looked pretty good. That one's got a good running gear, can go. Studying pretty hard. Looks like Maverick's trying to run to keep up out there.
Take him very many steps to keep up with Brian.
He's kind of a long strider. I think he grew and got skinnier. Pretty nice one coming out here. The young lady with the
Brian thought.
Oh, it went right back in.
Yep.
We like that one back there.
Apparently your voice is very clear, Ed. Brian can hear you, and you guys are tuned in.
Well, we saw that one. You agreed back there. You found that one over in the pin for whatever made the SIF gate. So let's be honest. You pointed that one out to me. I wasn't near smart enough to. Well, I think I could have found him, but you found him early in a whole bunch of them.
Solid black one they've been studying quite a bit. They decided to put that one back in. Got the young lady here in the navy sweater coming back in with the wide belted bear with a black spot on his top, and a few more I think still to go.
Oh yeah, we're not even done. Again, where you talked about everybody tries to hit that class one of the first of the three classes for the heavies. I mean, a few of them boys jumped in this one too. I mean,
yeah, if they miss that class, they want to be in here. Yeah, so playing that game, getting them as big as they can, but staying and giving them a class to rest. I mean, it's lots of thought goes into this, and maybe more thought than needs to. I mean, just feel them up, show them right. But nice set.
You know, these things, like some of these things, and you probably did the same thing when you had them look like this, and they're in your barn. And I don't know if I ever had one as good as some of these in my barn or not, but you know, we've been fortunate. But I mean, you get sleepless nights. You get nervous the day and morning when you walk in, do chores, flip on that light, hope that thing didn't hang a leg or ate, and doing all that stuff. You know, when they're this good, I mean, you get butterflies and sick to your stomach every day, and you just can't wait to get the show and hope they hold together. You know, there's a lot of anxious moment when you get good livestock like this. So I'm sure these youngsters out here, you know, had some time where they just went out there and held their breath and made sure we're okay today. So, you know,
you talked about it earlier. I mean, and we're in a time you can't just feed an average one. I mean, so you know, those ones that I hope he gets or a what if. I mean, those don't get on feed anymore. You start with a good one. Everything's got to go right. Those things got to stay healthy. They got to grow. They got to, you know, just staying healthy makes so much difference in terms of how fresh they are and their content and power, and then you know, everything can still go right, but you still got to have a little luck on your side at this level too. And this set is going to be fun. I think we're getting awfully close to having 10 pinned. And maybe place a few here at the end and then dismiss a few. But
so the kid there in the orange shirt did come out of the seed that's going back in there too. So just goes to show you, don't give up.
That's happened a lot of times. Bears don't come out and give a good first impression, and the nice thing about the way that we reset this up used to be that you didn't get a good first impression, you didn't get a second one. And so it's nice that we still give these bears a chance to get out here and unfold in this middle ring and kind of see what they really look like to find out if we just had a bad moment.
So we got to be getting pretty close here. What do we got? Probably 9 maybe in right now, somewhere around there. Maybe he's going to give out. Did he give a chip that last one he put in, or did he just put him in? I don't know. I saw him reach in there and grab the chips.
I think we got 9 in, and I think he is getting ready just to give one chip to number 10. Yep, I think we're going to have 10, and we're going to drive 9.
Nice round of applause for their efforts today.
This is about to get real fun.
Probably a few county fair champions headed out right there, if I was guessing. Kind of works out about right. Them hogs are weighing about 220 at their county show in mid-January, or 210, 230, and then kind of just the logical progression is to make them, those are your San Antonio power bears usually, and so a few disappointed faces, obviously all the effort they put in, but great group of hogs here in Class 58.
It is. It's going to be interesting. I don't know if they're going to grab pins as fast here. He may get all 9 of them back out before he starts throwing some back in. I'm just guessing. There might be a couple get poked back in there pretty quick. I think he digs that one pretty good. Got the, what do we got? First one pinned back there. The
Pink sweater's going back in. Spot top Barrow. Dragon
pink shirt's
pink
going
shirt,
back.
and also this purple sweater's going back in.
He's putting them back in there, but he's seen all these. We'll see these 9 here, and may rework. I'd say there's probably 4 or 5 he's wanting to rework. A couple of them that got in earlier are still out there. You know, they were down there. This is one that came out of the sea here. So that one actually came from a flatland there on our screen right now. That one actually came from that one. Keeley texted me when I said it came out of the sea and told me. So good guys up there. They sponsored. So see, and they got a pig in here. It's all good for them today. Just about the time their pig hit the ring, they had their sponsorship banner up. So good way to promote your livestock.
Sure, that was planned, but appreciate all of our sponsors for allowing this webcast to be out there. Taylor's put this together, and San Antonio allowed him to come in here and set it up and get sponsorships for it. And so read those sponsorships down the bottom right-hand corner on the left side of your screen as well. And thank those sponsors when you see them if you've enjoyed the live cast here at San Antonio.
You know, you look at it, you got 5 really good ones still poked out here. So, you know, it's not easy. What did he put back? Is he going to rework 3 in there or 4 in there?
Got 4 pinned.
We got 10, so we're battling here for what, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 here.
Yep. So 2 of these bears will make the sale, and 3 of them won't. I think these guys sense the importance of making sure they get the best 6 out of this set in the sale, and I appreciate them taking this extra time and knowing that 2 of these are getting sale holes and 3 aren't. I mean, they're going to study them and get them right, and very justified at this level.
I think orange is going into what, 9, and then the white sweater, the girl in the white sweater is going into 8. It looks like. And it's tough. I mean, both them bears, I guarantee you, when they loaded to come home, those were ones that you think, hey, we're making the sale and maybe competing to win class. But, you know, I tell everybody the toughest thing to do on a stock show is to win your class. It's by far the toughest thing to do.
Got our sale whole bears. I think he's going to leave these 2 out, maybe drive. There's another 4. Yeah, that's what he's going to do.
All right, folks, here we go. The class we've been waiting for. First call, class 59, dark cross straight arrows.
These don't excite you. You better check your pulse. Pretty good livestock out here right now.
Man goes in 6, good pattern one, probably not as powered up. I mean, that one's plenty stout when you get him out there in this set, though. He gets to be the one that gives up too much.
And the
Predominantly black one.
Probably just not as flexible as the others out here. Still got a real power hog, great look.
Heavy duty.
Be very, very interesting to see how this shakes out here.
And we're getting up here heavy, and I mean, the art of keeping a big hog fresh and right and hitting this target and I mean, there's 2 or 3 of them out here that are plenty good. There's one I think's got a huge fresh back in him. Maybe to his discredit, then he gets a little shorter sided compared to the other 3 bears, but
I agree. I think
weighing
we're
those benefits out here now.
Probably seeing it the same way, but yeah, that thing is in great chest for, great look, really fresh, you know. But yin yang, you know, it all balances out. When you power them up this much, you're gonna, you know, something's got to give, because you got that weight, you got to fit in that box, and you got to do all this stuff. This is not easy. You know, and the thing here on this side is, you know, if you happen to get through here and Lady Luck shines her light on you, and you happen to, you know, champion a reserve in the Dark Cross, you got to, not only did you have to get them right today, you got to hold them another couple days to come back and try to compete against those others. So, you know, it's not an easy feat to come from this one to get to the end. I mean, it gets done all the time we see it, but, you know, I mean, there's a lot of game planning that goes into this thing.
Yep, and these first wave barrows will get the opportunity to come back and show on Thursday, obviously, on the champion drive, to their benefit. I can't remember if it's 5 extra pounds or 10 extra pounds they get because of the extra time that they've got to be here. But they'll be given a little bit of weight. But
yeah, a little bit. 5 pounds, though, on a heavy hog isn't a lot.
3 left out here.
Very nice hog going in there to 3. That thing's fresh back. Probably one of those he went on. I think he probably got a little distorted there from behind and just didn't stay as square and true. But, I mean, 3 really, really, really nice ones out here.
Awfully good class, and I know we're getting to the tail end of this heavy division here, but really nice bear to go ahead and lead with. And really, we worked 4 or 5 back up through here a couple times, and really never a question for me. I like this one to win. I think this is a bear that at this weight, you know, still matches in terms of having some stoutness, a feature, foot size, bone. His composition is on point. When you read him from blade to hip, he's still trim and toned down through the lower third of his body line. He leaves us, I think, just a little square and neater in terms of his pin placement and tail set than the Barrow in second. Really nice bear to go ahead and lead off with. 2 and 3 probably get just a hair close, and with that said, I still think the more genuine, honest Barrow is the one that we land on here in 2. That is a big-chested Barrow with great shoulder shape, good roll to his rib cage. He opens up boulder up high, and I think he leaves you just with more stifle and more muscle. You step off to the side of that Barrow, he's not quite as long and level in his rump. Maybe doesn't get his hock behind his tail head as much as I'd like, but a Barrow that's still fresh in front of his blade and really genuine, really stout and basic in a lot of areas. Like Mav said, the hard part here is this one's presence and presentation makes it challenging because he is tuned in. I mean, that one, in terms of skin and hair, probably as good as we've seen today. Elite look from the side, just in terms of how smooth he is, and real stout in his skull, neat in his neck, good in his top line. He has some turn right there at his 10th rib, but then you read him through his midsection. I think that Barrow wants to cave in a bit more. You get in behind him, and I think that holds true. He's not near as shapely in terms of the outward shape to his stifle. I read him probably just a little more general from a muscle standpoint, but a tremendously good, neat, attractive Barrow that is absolutely tuned in terms of presentation. Just below him, this painted up Barrow, another real basic Barrow. In this class, he can look just a little plainer and more mature in front of his blade when you read him at the base of his neck and up through his skull and even down his top from a shape and freshness standpoint, but rugged built, broad, comfortable, burly, and stout. Appreciate his kind in this heavy division. Young lady's got a super intriguing bear that comes out next. I was quick to gravitate to this one, much like the other one we discussed. That one is absolutely shaggy and well presented, tuned in, fresh in terms of skin and hair and shape and muscularity, extra big in terms of his hind leg. The reason he ends up in the middle of this class, I don't think his pieces blend together as well. He wants to rise up in his spine, get rounder out through his rump, just doesn't balance his lines from the side, and I don't read him just as functional in terms of looseness and comfort. The Barrow just below him here is one that worked his way up in this class. To be honest, we got this look one time as we were working back through that pack of them, and man, that Barrow elevates his head above his blade. He's jet level, great in terms of his spine and his angles. I love his feet and legs. Just wish I could accommodate that guy with more punch. He gets just too flat in terms of his forerib, wants to dry up right there. But I love that killer skeleton. That young man did a great job. We'll go ahead and let's open the pins on the remainder of this class. A lot of good bears that we're going to get a chance to see coming back. Let's give them a big round of applause. Again, excellent job. Thank you.
To have a breeding program, there has to be a plan. It doesn't have to be popular. But it has to be backed by conviction. Backed by quality. The satisfaction is in the results.
Folks, put your hands together for these exhibitors here in this last class of Dark CrossFit Barrows. They've done a fine job with their projects this year.
Folks, we're back over here in the main arena on Class 59, our final class of the day. I do want to go ahead while they're clearing the arena and make an announcement or two. If you're listening, the longest we can stream is 12 hours, and we're coming up on that, and we don't know when that's going to hit. So I want you guys to be aware that if for some reason you lose feed, go ahead and refresh. So a 12-hour stream limit's what we've got. We started this morning before 7. We'll start to reset the stream before the division drives is what our plan is. So after this class and before the division drives and the crossbred, if you get an interruption, if you're on the website, you'll see a new video player come up. So if you're on the website, you'll see a new video player come up. And if you're watching it on Facebook, I think all you'll have to do is refresh it. But please understand that if you lose feed, refresh it, go back, and like I say, on the website it'll be a new screen, and on Facebook it should just refresh. So
here it is, last class of the wave, the one everybody's been looking forward to. Today, and we'll get in here and get those 3 divisions back, and it's going to be exciting. And again, basically you're out of room, so what you got's what you got on these, and again, they've done a great job, keeping them fresh. There's still plenty of good bears, lots of good hogs out here, but this is where you hit the wall.
288 to 290, so we've got 300 pounders or right close to it out here. Got another one he liked. Another really important announcement also, if you didn't hear it, make sure you refresh your web page if you lose your feed. We plan to change over to a new feed before the division champion, but a really big monumental moment that we reached right here in this last class is we peaked 100 on the mullet counter. We're at 101 for the day in the Barrow show for the first wave. So I won't be back for the second wave, but I would challenge the second wave to bring it and see if we can't top it on the mullet counter.
I agree. We'll have to watch from home. We'll try to keep track of it, but to be a full mullet, it's got to go over collar, touch shirt.
We've got some regulations. We've got some rules, and following them pretty straight. Another one he likes, pin back. He liked that one in the back really good. Always a good feeling when you take about 3 strips and kind of get the double point to the pin, and that I think that young man got that.
He's not afraid of those polka dotted ones. We got another one coming out here. He's like those today. Which I'm good. Judge the hog, not the color. He's definitely done that.
4 in now.
A lot of hog out there in those rings. Ring. Big boys.
Checking out that black-headed Barrow. And does a nice job getting that one goes to a pin.
And it's, up north where we live now, and of course being a Texan, the Barrows are in my blood, and I love them. And everybody asks me, hey, gilts, and I'm not saying they're easy, but it's so much easier to feed a gilt. And everybody asks me, why do you worry so much about the Barrows, put so much emphasis on it? Because these are such a challenge to do this. I'm not saying the gilts aren't, but you don't have to worry about the weight and keeping them proportional and going and doing all that stuff. You can just kind of let them go, and if they gilt hits 310 pounds, oh, well, but these Barrows, you get 300 pounds max, you're done. You can't go any further. it's over with. So, I mean, there's just such a challenge. And you look out here and see how fresh these things still are. They're still youthful. They don't look like pigs that are reaching their end point by any means, you know. Looks like they still got some days on there. They're not completely ready to be shelved. You know, weight and time are telling us they are. But these families, these ag teachers, county agents, these breeders, these people that help them have done a phenomenal job keeping these 300-pound hogs fresh and ready to come out here and roll. Feet and legs are still under them, skin and hair, freshness of back. They're still hydrated. They're not dried out. It's just it's amazing to just the concentration of work that these people have to go through just to get on this stage. So, I mean, it's good, real good. I mean, maybe not have kept as many in this class, but I still think it's a really deep, high-quality class.
61 in this class, so big class to end the day with, heavyweights.
I think they're pretty close. I don't know if they're going to start giving them maybe some chips and get them 9, 10 or somewhere done in there. I can't tell exactly how many they got back, but looks like they're trying to get them last few, put in the pins and clear it and class wrapped up, and then go right into those first Division Ones. That's the way it goes. We'll bring those 6 up right and take a little break, a few minutes, and reload.
Yeah, we'll refresh for a minute, and don't forget at the end of this class we are going to refresh all together, just to alleviate any concerns with losing feed during the middle of the drive. So refresh your screen or rehunt if you're on the website for the next scene, so that you won't miss a minute. Going after the buttons now. Like we've got 7 in. 7 in the pins. Probably going to place 8, 9, and 10 and rework them.
You know, you look and we're to the last class of the day here, and we still got a little work to do to finish it up and get some champions crowned. But, you know, them two still look like they're fresh. They don't even look wore out there. 2 old gray-haired, big-bellied guys like us that are out of shape, we might be dragging our tongues by now. But
I don't know how they do it in cowboy boots. I mean, I try to buy the nicest, most expensive pair of shoes they make, and yeah. I still can't find good shoes. A lot of people say it's got to do with my weight, but I think it's the shoes.
It's 100% the shoes. I agree. That's what I told them too.
Yeah.
But I can't get away and say I'm too short for my weight. That's the only thing for me.
I think I've gotten a little taller lately, so I feel better about things. They do. I mean, this is a grind. You know, just being on your feet this long.
I think
just the wear and tear on your body. Nothing to say how much thinking is going on in between those ears.
Physically and mentally will be exhausted when they get on their airplane Friday, I would say.
I bet.
Or drive. I'm sure Brian flew. I'm betting Mavic probably crossed the state line, and you know, anymore it takes so long to fly, you could probably drive from Oklahoma to here. So. Now, how long we got till we roll into Houston? What do y'all got? A couple-week break?
We're right at about a month. You know, we're at the 21st now, and I want to say Houston's about the 10th, 13th, somewhere in there.
So does Austin hop in front of Houston these days then?
No, Austin is right after Houston. So
you get a little break here. Most of the things are wrapped up. There's no more hog showing for a little bit right after this week.
If you're in Texas, and we are blessed to have the opportunities, we're kind of blessed and cursed because we showed at Fort Worth the first week in February. We rolled right into the Gilt Show here at San Antonio, the Gilt Show at Angelo, the Gilt Show at Kerrville. Now we're here at the Barrow Show. And then we get about a 3-week break to catch our wind before about that 11th, 12th when you go in with the Barrows to Houston, I believe is when it is. So 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, and then Austin's the end of that week. So
still you get a little break to get a little rest and keep going, because then, you know, them ag teachers and county agents, I mean, they're just busting their tail this time of year. Really good barrows walking out here. I mean, them things for 300-pounders, look how fresh them things are, and still, you know, their body cavities are right. They're not dry in their flank. They're not drawn up in their forerib yet, you know. They're not harsh in their body. These are still good quality, functional, fresh hogs.
Again, we're redriving 7.
That view is just, I keep going back, and you know, you and I are peeking over the nest here and watching the ring and trying to do that shot. But them, man, those people, those young people in that ring are just doing a phenomenal job with those shots. And, I mean, look at that. I mean, you're almost in there. Can't hide either if you're in the stands, so everybody knows you're here if you're watching that now too. So if you skipped work and didn't tell your boss you're coming, and if he's watching this, he might find you. So, you know.
Yeah. Pretty good reason to skip work, though, come out and support these. And if you're a hog enthusiast, I mean, it's a good place to come.
Yeah, and again, you know, you look and you've seen these sponsors as they've scrolled through the side and the bottom, you know, right of your screen. And, you know, it's a good way to promote your own business here. It's a good way to help things out, you know. So going forward, I mean, I would encourage you to reach out to Taylor and see what kind of packages he has to offer to help you grow your business and support the youth, and make sure that, you know, without sponsorship, it's hard to broadcast this stuff, so that way you can watch it. But I think, you know, you're going to get your bang for your buck, you know. Find a way, reach out if you want to grow your business, promote your brand. Doesn't matter if it's an additive or you're selling pickups or feed or whatever you're doing. I'd recommend, you know, if you got something to say and you want to advertise and show your appreciation for youth and be involved, you know, reach out. It's been phenomenal what they're doing here, and take advantage of the opportunity there to support the youth and grow your brand at the same time. We're getting down here. Last 5 pigs of the day that need a button or need a placing.
Yep, and these are well-earned sell spots right here. Just put 6th in the pen, still working towards the top 5 here and crown us a class winner here. Don't forget, and I want to just remind you, if you haven't been listening and maybe too focused on your kiddos showing, we're going to swap the live feed. So if you're on the website, there'll be another screen that'll pop up right after this class, and also if you're on Facebook, you'll need to refresh, and just don't want you to miss any of the drives. So make sure that you refresh those too.
Take your break, go grab your supper so you can sit back on the couch, refresh it, because I'm sure that's where they're at home somewhere watching it. Phones, laptops, restaurants, you know. I'm pretty sure, though, you and I we're going to get an Emmy for this today, I think, for our work.
What they were rumored to say, yeah, we were kind of, I hope I don't have to go to California to get it.
No, I'm not going. They didn't have to mail that thing. But no, it's such a pleasure when I got the text yesterday and found out I was going to, and asked if I was available and to do it and come down here and do it, and to get to do this will be later. But, man, it's been fun here because you and I see them so much alike and discuss livestock. Has been one of the more, it might be my favorite San Antonio ever, just as far as memories, just getting to sit up here with you this afternoon. It's been real, real fun. So
it has been fun to see you, Ed, and it is fun to, you know, just to watch them and follow Brian. I mean, Brian's done a nice job today, and Maverick's been in his ear, kind of giving some insight as well, and I think they've read these things really cool and really stay consistent in these crossbreds, dark crossbreds.
And that's all you can ask. I don't care who's in there, but when you can be consistent throughout the day, and that's what they were, I think that's the most, that's foremost. You know, they got their priorities, but, you know, you look at these 4 that are left out here, and they're kind of just circling them there, you know. I mean, that's uniformity. That's consistent. That you know, that's all you can ask for from the pigs, the kids, and everybody.
Already grabbed the mic. That means he's kind of thinking about placing them, but he's still got 4 out there. I mean, usually he doesn't grab the mic till there's 2 and at least 3, but this is the first time he's grabbed it with 4. trying to figure out just exactly what he wants to do. And I really think he's kind of trying to drive him still a little bit and figure out what he wants to do. Nice problem to have, 4 good ones.
Oh yeah, just seeing who's gonna finish the race and who may stumble, unfortunately, here.
Here's 4th.
And I got to get back home. It's going to be cold. I'm going to get shocked tomorrow, leaving this 85-degree weather, going back into that 0 stuff. We finally pulled the snow tractor out of the show barn. I like to put the snow tractor in the show barn because it stays warm, so that way if I go plow, it's not cold. Moved it to the cold storage and started putting gates back up, so I guess that means it's time for me to go start populating the barn here this week. Looking forward to it. It's always one of those anxious moments where you kind of got to get yourself prepared, know you're going to do it, and try to get your eyes set. So hopefully after watching this the last couple of days, my eyes are going to be a little more dialed in. I'm going to know what I want to do here. So here's Brian with the critique.
A nice class to end on here, and never a question. The young ladies, Barrow wins. Kind of one of those as you work through 60, 70 of them back there in the sift, and some of them really stick with you, and you almost have to just refocus and know that you've got a lot of work to get through those classes. But again, I was excited to get back out here with this guy on my mind and in this class because I think that's a nice Barrow. Love his proportionality, love his presence, his look in front of his blade. Square upper blade, good running gear, right length of body, just a real nice Barrow to go ahead and lead with. I did spend a little time here 2, 3, and 4 and touch base with Mav as we discussed those. And, you know, he said we read the differences the same, and I went ahead and chose to go ahead and use the painted up Barrow in 2. I think he's more appropriate in terms of just extension, height to skeleton, and flexibility for a heavyweight. With that extra size and extension, that guy maybe runs out of gas and just those elite pieces as we talk about those hogs that surround him here. But the basics of that one are very, very good. I like his flexibility and his kind to keep him up in this drive. The Barrow that ends up in 3 no doubt has more intriguing pieces in terms of skull shape, jawline, hard back shape, and pin width and muscle going away. I guess when I take a step back and just read him, his kind reads a little short cannon and quick for a heavyweight. That's a lot of body cavity and just a lot of density and mass on that size of skeleton. If you want to go ahead and move him up in this lineup, I wouldn't argue with you. Probably just a difference in priorities and a really neat Barrow. My compliments to that young man. If we could intensify this Barrow's jawline feature and just heaviness of structure, this guy, again, becomes a contender to maybe play a bit harder. We just read him a little too refined, but boy, we sure appreciate the hard back shape that he offers, the neat look that he has, one that runs uphill, maybe just runs out of feature and substance. The black-headed Barrow that follows him here, a real big, long-bodied Barrow that's got some bone. To me, reads just a little too mature, not as fresh in terms of skin and hair and presentation, but another Barrow, just his basics, his skeletal width and heaviness of structure, composition still very good. Thought the young ladies, Barrow, as we redrove him here towards the latter part, when I got right in behind him and I read him in terms of his forerib and body, just too flat, but I really appreciate his feet and legs design and structure. I'd like to go ahead and open the pins here on our final 4. I think this is a really good time, folks, to give our ring help a big round of applause and all those that help with the sift in the back. Man, what a thankless job, and they are a lights-out good crew. Again, these kids are working hard. My compliments. Hey, thank you. Nice job, Sean.
Don't forget, folks, on the live feed, we are going to update that live feed. We're going to refresh it. So if you're on the website, there'll be another screen that'll pop up for the division drive here in the Dark Cross. And also, if you're on Facebook, I think all you have to do is hit refresh, and it'll refresh to the current live feed. So we're gonna be off for a moment, and we'll get ready for the lightweight division Dark Cross drive.